Hello, everyone. Looks like we have visitors from Ranksk World. So welcome to everyone from Ranksk World. Hopefully you're doing well. Uh, I was very sad to see the coloring did not get finished on the previous puzzle from Ranksk, but I will make up for it and find a way to gratuitously color this grkles puzzle, just to restore balance to the universe. Right. Thank you to everyone for who supports the stream. We've got a bunch of people who support the stream, including David Ratner, who's done an awful lot of support for the stream. So very much appreciate all of you. I'm sure some of you have not been here before, because probably some of you were watching Ranks. So welcome to all of you who are new. We do Sudoku and other puzzles around here, pretty similar to what Ranks does. I think, yes, SPQ, I think sending people over finally works. Fingers crossed. It actually even popped up a message to say that it worked on my end, so I think the odds that it actually worked are better. No guarantees, but we'll see how it goes. Alrighty. So do please consider liking the stream and supporting if you can. And we're going to start with actually one of the member benefits. Have fun, David. Have a good day. Have a good date. One of the member benefits is that members can vote on which puzzles come up next. So at the... Why do I still have this in my ear? I'm not listening to anything. Members can vote on which puzzle comes up next. So this week, the puzzle that got the most votes, with 4 votes, was this puzzle, Progress by grkles. So if you want to get in on the voting, I'll every stream try to do the puzzle that has the most votes, at least. And then I'll also do other puzzles that have lots of votes. But I'll try and at least do the puzzle that has the most votes. This one with 4 is the most votes any puzzle's ever gotten, so I'm going to do it. And so this is Progress by grkles. So we'll get to see what it is. Actually, the grid reminds me of something that I'm currently doing, so I wanted to just advertise that currently I am in the process of recording the entire process of setting a puzzle that I think is going to come out well. Fingers crossed. It involves cages and crappy dots, so that's why I was thinking about it. But anyway, once that's all done and I've gotten through publishing the puzzle, Tristan will lovingly edit together some sort of video of the process of me setting a puzzle from start to finish. Okay. And so since the last puzzle I did that for, people really seem to like it, but the last one I did it for was a vanilla killer, more or less. I'm trying to do something a little spicier this time, so if you're curious, like, what does it look like to set something a little bit spicier if you haven't quite gotten into setting yet, then I think it will come out well, and I think it'll be an interesting view. I'm currently about 6 hours into setting it. I suspect there's going to be more than that left before I get to the end, but I think it's going to turn out to be something really cool at the end. We'll see. All right, so let's look at the rules from this grkles puzzle. So we have these various cages, and so we are told normal Sudoku rules apply. Digits in a cage can't repeat, which is not going to be relevant super often, but it's relevant in a couple places. So, for example, this digit that I will color in blue, normally there would be no reason you could not put blue here, but you have to put something else. So you could put yellow there, for example, but not blue. So blue cannot go there. You could put orange there, for example. That would be acceptable. In addition, cages which touch orthogonally have consecutive sums. So the sum of this single-digit cage is consecutive with the sum of this 3-digit cage, for example, and that's sort of going to continue all around the cage, all around the puzzle. And then we have my favorite disambiguating, this could be green, we have my favorite disambiguating black dots, which tell you that there is a ratio of 2 to 1 between those cells. Hey, Navaria, welcome. Glad to have you here, as always. Yeah, the Kropke cage one that we did a couple weeks ago is what inspired me to is what inspired me to make the puzzle that I'm currently making. So we'll see how that goes. Okay, so I assume the place to start is this cell. So I assume I want my bet cell to be as far away from this cell as possible. So I assume I want the bet cell to be here, but I'll let grkles tell me if grkles wants me to put a different bet cell. Oh, I thought Brian went away. I thought Brian retired. Apparently, Brian did not retire. Let's see. Row 8, column 5. We will do row 8, column 5. This is the bet cell. So if you would like to bet on what digit will appear, then this is the cell. So bet away. That's row 5, column 8. Great. Okay, that's not the bet cell. If you'd like to change your bet now, row 8, column 5 is down there. All right. So if you want to change your bet, I understand. Yeah, it's tricky to not talk over someone I can't hear. That was the problem. And I think it probably makes the stream worse if I just wear earbuds the whole stream. I don't know. Maybe not. Whenever Tristan takes photos of me, he always makes me take out earbuds, so I assume he does not want me wearing earbuds while I stream. This could be red. Okay. So this is the only one cell cage in the grid, I believe. And so this one cell cage, I am noting, sees all of these. The colors are because Ransk didn't color the previous German Whispers puzzle, and I was a little sad about it, so I promised to gratuitously use color in this puzzle. So to start out, we have put down just a hint of color, as Nathan Lane would say. All right. We'll get rid of the color, but we'll get it back, because I want to look at this cell. And I want to think about what digit it could possibly be. Of course, this being a 3-cell cage means it's at least 6. But actually, I think the trick is to consider these together. Namely, these together need to add to at least 21. Because there's 6 total digits. And so now if these need to add up to at least 21, and they need to be consecutive, that means they both need to be at least 10. And that tells us that this digit is a 9. It was not as dramatic as I hoped. So this digit's a 9. There we go. I did not have my keypad on, as always. So I believe, are now at the position where we can bring out Zach, our digit dancing penguin, to do the 9 dance. 9 dents. 9 dents. Ta-ta. Thank you, Zach. Much appreciated. I enjoyed the 9 dance. Now, in particular, I want to do the other things we can get out of this, which is that this has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because this has to sum to exactly 21. And so these are 7, 8, 9. This cell... So I also thought about the mod 3 thing, but I don't think you can do mod 3 because the fact that they're consecutive doesn't mean they increase or decrease. They could go backwards, Nicholas. I was looking at that. So this cage sums to 11. So this cage sums to either 12 or 10. So if it sums to 12 is the absolute most, so this digit's no more than 5. Okay. Now, Chad is very interested in thinking about the 2-cell cages that connect to this 5-cell cage, which I agree is an interesting place to start. Maybe would have also been better than this, but I mean, this got us a digit, so let's try it. So the minimum this can sum to is 15. Yeah, I think Jay is right. I think the point is they can't actually reverse within this column only. I think they can't actually reverse because of that mod 3 thing. But this being at least 15 means these are each at least 14. And if you're at least 14, that means you're not allowed to have any digits smaller than 5. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, if this is at least 14, let's count. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. 11, 10 is very plausible. I think that combination is very likely, but we could do... Okay, let's see. Is 16 possible? Could do 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. Okay, so this is no bigger than 16, I believe. Okay, again, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 is the biggest that this can possibly sum to. So 17 is the biggest that this cage can possibly sum to. I wish there were an easier way to write this down. I kind of want a like notes feature. Okay. I'm being told it's better in the other direction. So, yes, I already know that these are 10 and 11. Yes, I was using the fact that this was 11 in the calculation that I was doing there. 10 for the 2-cell cage in box 9 is not possible. Interesting. 10 for the 2-cell cage in box 9 is not possible. Oh, because of the fact that this is at least 14. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. We'll connect 9 to 15 clockwise. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, hey. How about that? So yeah, that somehow that looked infinite to me. But chat was completely right, actually. This has to be 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So that's going to get us another digit, because this has got to be 10, 11, 12. Okay, and so 9, 10, 11, 12 is 19 plus 23 is 42. If I did that right, 9, 10, 11, 12 sounds like 42, which means because the whole column sums to 45, that this digit is a 3. So these aren't 3. This isn't 3, 6 anymore. So 1, 2, 4, 8 we can fill in now. Okay, this now sums to 10, and there's only a couple ways that could happen, because I can't use 1, 9, and I can't use 3, 7. So if I can't use 1, 9, and I can't use 3, 7, I've got to use 2, 8, or 4, 6. This is 11. This is 12. I should probably think about 12. How much is 12? 12, if I can't use a 9, 12 is going to be either 4, 8, which it can't be, or 5, 7. Now, why do I say it can't be 4, 8? Because if this were 4, 8, I would break both of my possible ways of making 10. So this is actually not 4, 8. This is actually exactly 5, 7. To make 12. And I'm very close to having a quintuple across the top, actually. So Chad is pointing out I can't possibly put a 1 on here, because if I put a 1 on here, I need a 2 as well, and then this becomes minimum 3, 4, 6, or sorry, 3, 4, 5, which is more than 10. So there's no 1 on here. So there's definitely a 4 on here. So there's no 4 down here. I don't know what digit I took off, but it was not 4. There's no 4 down there, so there is a 4 over here. So these digits, if you look at them closely, they need to sum, remember, to 11, and they have a 4. So it's a 4 and 2 digits that sum to 7. Okay. It is being pointed out that actually I proved that this cage sums to 15, and I just didn't write it down. So I probably should do that. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's not a 5 on the dot. There's also not a 3 on the dot. So there's definitely a 2 on the dot. So there's no 2 anywhere else in the cage, because the 2 can't repeat within the cage. This isn't a 2. For sure. Let's see. So that means that these aren't 5 anymore. Now, we have to remember this needed to sum to either 14 or 16. I don't think that's super useful at the moment. But I do want to fill in these are 6, 7, 8, 9, because that gives us a 6, 7, 8, 9 quad in the column. So that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as the rest of the column, which I want to mark. Let's see. Yeah, this is 14. Okay, so yeah, okay. So now is the time to use Nicholas's mod 3 thing. So these are 3 consecutive numbers that sum to 45. Unless the only other option is, hey, good morning, Eleventicles, and any other Southern Hemisphere, or sorry, any other Australian folks watching, good morning. So the other option is these could turn around, but that can't actually happen. So this could go some number plus 1, and then that number again. But now that's making a problem if you look at it mod 3, because I'm using 2 of one thing mod 3, and then 1 of another consecutive thing, and that's not going to work. It's not going to get you to 0 mod 3. I think there's probably a much more elegant way to explain that, but that will suffice. And so what that means is that these sum to 14, 15, and 16 in some order. And in particular, this cage needs to sum to 15. So this cage sums to 15. Is the claim that this can't be the 14? Let's see, is this not in the right place to be 14? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, this isn't in the right place to be 16. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 is actually the max this can be. So this actually is 14, which means this is 16, which means it's not 6, 8, it's 7, 9. Because once this is 14, then that makes this 15 and this 16. So this digit's an 8, that digit's a 6. This is 14. So these need to sum to 6, so they certainly don't involve a 3, but those both seem possible. This is 15. Yeah, we know this digit, but I don't feel like calculating it at this second. I want to look at this first, and then we'll get to this digit. This is 15. That's not a 6 or a 7 or a 9. That's an 8. Having to add 3 numbers together sounds like punishment, so I'm going to wait until I stuck elsewhere. So this cage has a 6 and a 3 in it, and the other digits then need to add to 6. And so, yeah, the other way of making 6 is here. Okay, so now we have to figure out this cell, which is going to suck, but we'll do it. Let's see, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. So I need to add 14, 13, and 12. 14, 13, and 12. Well, 13 and 12 is 25, plus 14 is 39, means this is a 6. People can tell me if that is correct. So this is not a 6. So and that being not a 6 means that's not a 4. Let's not forget. Let's see. Okay, so 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so this has got to be 14. Well, if it's got to be 14, there's certainly not a 7 in it. That is one thing I know for sure. Oh, this is also not 4. Good point. Because the 4 in this box, we did not update the pencil marks. That 4 on this Kropke dot means that's not a 4, which means that's not a 6. So this is, in fact, a 2-8 pair, and we know the exact contents of this cage. It is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. This is 1, 4, 6. That one's not a 6. 1, 4, 6 does indeed total to 11, so that's a plus. Let's see. So we have a triple in box 7. We do have a triple in box 7. That's amazing. That's very nice. Thank you, Yura. So we have a 2, 4, 8 triple. So there are no more 2s, 4s, or 8s involved. So that's not a 2. And remember, this needs to total to 10. So I now can't use the 5. So this is 3, 1, 6. This is a something something pair to be determined. One moment. It is a 5 and a 7, I believe. I think this is a 5, 7 pair, if I did that correctly. So there's a 5 and a 7 over here. Let's see. Glancing at various other things. Okay, so this is 12. This is going to be 13. Oh, okay. I can read across here is the point, if I pay attention. So now, of course, this is 2, 4, 5. To add to 11. So remember now, we know that actually this needs to be 10, 11, 12. This needs to add to 12, so this can't be 1 anymore. So this is indeed either 3, 9, 4, 8, or 5, 7. Those are the only options for this thing. This is 13 and 14. So I need these to add to 6, but we already knew that. This isn't an 8. That's not an 8 either, actually, because there's an 8 in the box. So that's not a 4. The 8 in the box was helpful, if you actually looked at it. Let's see. And this is one of the ways to make 14. Let's see. What else are we going to do? This is a few different things. Oh, I probably need to actually count my way across here, don't I? Because I probably am going to know. I know the total of this cage has to be the same as the total of this cage. So this cage, I have no idea what it totals, but I know it's the same as this one. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This cage totals to 14. Whereas this cage, this goes 10, 11. This has to be 12. So this cage totals to 12, this cage totals to 13, and this cage totals to 14. I'm going to corner mark that. 12, 13, 14. Can't this be 16? It is consecutive with both 13 and 15. That is how I knew it had to be 14, because it's consecutive with two different numbers, and that determines it uniquely. Let's see. Can't be 5, 7. Column 1 and column 9. Can't be 5, 9. Let's see. If this were 5, 9. That's very clever. Okay, yes. If this cage is 5, 9, SBQ points out that has the problem of putting a 5, 7, 9 quad in row 1. That's not going to work. So this is not 5. Oops. So this is not 5, 9. It is 6, 8. Which makes this a 6, 8 pair, just by sudoku. Let's see. know one of these two is a 6. I don't know if I want to mark that yet. That seems a little excessive. Okay, so this is a 13. I don't think I really want to think about ways to make 13. Donatello has a very good point, which is that this is a 4-cell 12 cage, and 4-cell 12 cages always have a 1. So, because if you didn't, you'd be 2, 3, 4, 5 at minimum, which is 14. This digit sees the entirety of the 12 cage, so it can never be 1. Good spot. Hey, Anti-Knight. Yeah, we know this is 13. Oh, you mean this one. I see. This one. So this is either 15 or 13, and so you're telling me it has to be 13, because if I try and make it 15, then I'm going to have to make it either 6, 9, which I can't, or 7, 8, which I can't. Okay, I agree. So this is either, again, because it's touching a 14 cage, it's either a 13 or a 15, but it's not a 15, because there's no way to make 15 if there's a 6, 8 going in the box. So this is 13. Oops, sorry. So I will pencil mark that again, just to say, hey, this is a 13. That's a good catch. To see that. Oh, and Sayori says it must be 4-9. That seems plausible. It's 4-9. It's not 5-8, and it is not 6-7. So yeah, it has to be 4-9. Good catch. Okay, so I can just delete that. It is 4-9. Thank you. This is not a 4. Yeah, there. I could color the 13 cages if I want something to color. There are a lot of 13 cages. And 12, 13. This is another 13 cage. If this were a 9, this would need a 1, 3 with it, but I don't think I see a problem with that. 9 is placed in box 8. Because I can't place... good point, Gary. And so I definitely cannot put a 9 in a 4-cell 13 cage. In fact, I probably should ask myself what the maximum I could put in a 4-cell 13 cage is. It's 7. So I can pencil mark this cage just to help with that. I also know these aren't 4. But in particular, that makes clear... These aren't 6. It makes clear that 9 is actually placed here. That was a great catch, Garion. And now this being a 12 cage, actually, you can't even put a 7 in a 12 cage. So this only actually has that many candidates. Now, there is no 12 cage that has both a 4 and a 6, or we would know which 12 cage this is. But there are 2 flavors of 12 cages. But the point is that we almost have a septuple here, but not quite. But actually, if we look here, the 14 cage actually can have at most 8, so we should go ahead and be sure we mark that. And these aren't 8, actually. And now, the point is we really do have a septuple, is the point. So this is a legitimate in the row septuple, the rare in the wild sighting. So this is an 8-9 pair. And that's resolved by this 9. So that's an 8 and that's a 9. which now fixes that that's a 7 and that's a 5, if I remember correctly, that this is a 12 cage. 10, 11, 12. It is. It's a 5. That's a 9. So this isn't 5 or 7. Got to keep our pencil marks clean, nice and easy to keep track of. Let's see. That 5 actually resolved over here that this is a 2, 4. So this is whatever is left in the world after 2, 4. 2, 4 can go from over here. This is a 1 and a... Nope, there aren't any more digits. A 1 and a 3. To make 13, I hope? Yes, to make 13. Okay, so these aren't 1, 3. These aren't 1, 3. So these are now a 4, 5 pair. So that actually does a lot. So that now is a 3. So this is not 1, 2, or 3. It is only 4 or 8, which goes with this, which is also 4 or 8. Means these aren't 4 because there's a 4, 8 pair in the box. Let's see. These aren't 5 either because there's a 4, 5 pair in the column. In fact, this is also 2, 6, or 7. Just for the record, because this is a 2, 6, 7 triple. Some time ago, I thought I figured out something about here that I did not get back to, but if I did, I've lost it now. Let's see. These can't be 2, 4, or 5. That one's not 4. That one's not 5. Let's see. This 5 looks over. I don't know how long that's been there. 7 and 5. So these aren't 5 anymore. I know the 6 is there, so I never actually could have had 6s in any of these cells. If there's a 6 anywhere in this cage, it is there. It's probably worth remembering that there's 2 ways to make 12, and they're 1, 2, 3, 6, and 1, 2, 4, 5. I will try to remember that, but I will forget very rapidly, is my prediction. Being pointed out by someone, I missed who, that the 3 in row 1 needs to go in this cage. And it's totaling to 13, so I need a 3 and then 2 digits that sum to 10. But I can't use 3, 7, I can't use 4, 6, and I can't use 2, 8. So it has to be 3, 1, 9. That was a very good spot to whoever saw that. The 3 there, that was very good. So this is 1, 3, 9, and that does a lot of resolving again. So that's a 2 and a 1. That's a 7 and a 9. That's a 5 and a 7. Let's see. That 9 makes that a 4 and that a 9. That 4 makes that a 5 and that a 4. This row is missing some stuff. The row is missing a 2 and a 3. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, it's missing a 2 and a 3, so that's not a 3. It is a 1 or a 9. So one of these is, in fact, the 3. Let's see. Okay, so these... Oh, there's a 9 in the box, even. That probably could be helpful here. Oops. Sorry, grkles. There's going to be 3 1s here. I hope you don't mind. So these 2 digits I can also fill in. 2, 3, 4. I need a 5 and a 7. So these 3 digits, I know what they are. They are 1, a 4, and something else. 8, 9. Oh, and a 2. That one's not a 4, I know, because there's a 4 in the column down here. Let's see. This isn't an 8 anymore. Pick the low-hanging fruit, as they say. This is a 13 cage. If there is a 7 in it, the other digits would need to be 1, 2, 3 exactly. I guess I don't know that doesn't happen as of yet. Oh, in fact, chat points out, in fact, I asked the wrong question. I know it does happen because there's a 1, 3, 7 triple, and that one's not 7. So, in fact, actually, there is a 7 in here. And these are only from 1, 2, 3. So these are not from 5, 6, 7 anymore. They're only from 1, 2, 3. Very smart. So so this is 1, 2, 3. All right, so this cell is not 2 anymore because it sees the entire cage, and this cage definitely has a 2 in it. In fact, the 2 is definitely there. Oops. 2 is definitely there. I don't want to corner mark that, but the 2 is definitely there. So this is the 5. So these aren't 5. But the fact that there is a 2 there means that's not 2 and that's not 2. Let's see. And this also sees all this. I want to write candidates in the bet cell because it's not 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not 5. It could be 6. It's not 7. It could be 8, and it's not 9. So actually the bet cell's already down to 2 digits. It is only 6 or 8, which gives us a 6, 8 pair in the column. So this is the 1, 2, 3, 7 that is not yet in the column. And that means those two cells are the same, which means that digit, whatever it is, well, it's not a 2. And this digit needs to appear up here. And that tells me it's not a 1 either, because there's no place for a 1 up here. So these are not 1 either. They are 3 or 7 only. Let's see. These digits, what is left down here? Oh, there's lots of stuff left down here. Maybe I regret asking that. I'm going to unask that question. Let's see. 8 looking up in column 7. 8 looking up in column 7. Very, very good point by Liz. Thank you, Liz. Nice to see you again, Liz. I think I remember you being around earlier in the stream days, if I recall correctly, but I don't think I've seen you in a bit. The 8 comes down here and does resolve that the bet cell is a 6, so congratulations if you bet 6. That's a double win for Bremster, is how we have to score that, I believe. So have a good dinner, grkles. You did say we should hopefully be finishing up soon, so hopefully not too much left. Okay. So now we've got to go back to this 14 cage. If this was an 8, these would need to be 1, 2, 3. Is that possible? If this were an 8, for these to be 1, 2, 3, it is definitely not possible for this to be an 8 with a 1, 2, 3, because this can't be 1, 2, 3. There's only room for 1, 2. So this is a 4, not an 8. So that's an 8. This is not a 4 anymore. So now we've got these 3 cells need to add to 10. This certainly can't be a 7, because if it was, these would need to be 1, 2. It can't be a 6 either, because if it were a 6, these would need to be 1, 3. If this was a 5, these would need to be 2, 7, which is fine. If this were a 3, I'd need these to add to 7, and they can't. If this were a 1, I would need these to add to 9 again. I did this badly. Oh, this can't actually be 5. I did the 5 wrong. 5 and 4 is 9. These would need to add to 5. They definitely can't do that. So in fact, that's a 1. And this is a 2, 7, so that they actually add to 14 like they're supposed to. And that's another double Bremster. So not a 6 there. So no 6s in the 12 cage, which tells us what the 12 cage is, if you listened to my earlier statement about 12 cages, which I regret to inform you I did not. It was 1, 2, 4, 5 is the 12 cage with no 6s. So there's no 3 either. 1, 2, 4, 5 is the answer, right? So this digit is the same as this digit, which does lots of things. So one is it means this isn't actually a 5. Another thing is it means there's a 1, 2, 4, 5 quad in the box. So that makes that an 8 and that a 2. Makes this a 4, 8. Makes that a 6 and that an 8. Makes that a 1 and that a 6. We got a quad there even. That was awesome. But yeah, now we've got a triple in this column. And so, but let's fill in that. That's a 2, so this isn't a 2. So this isn't a 2 either. This column now, what is this column missing? It is only missing 3 and 9, I believe. So that is a 3 or a 9. Yellow actually sees the 1. Thank you, SPQ. So yellow is 4. I didn't even think about scanning to see if maybe I already knew what the digit was. Probably would have been a good idea in retrospect. So that's a 1, 2. This isn't a 1 for so many reasons, such as the 1, 2 pair there or the 1 in the column. So that's the 5. Or being the only place for a 5. Take your pick. Any of those will do. So these are 3, 7, 9. Oops. For the rest of the box, I believe. So these two are the same digit, although I doubt that's going to be worth marking. Let's see. Got the 4, 8 here. There's a 2 in the row. The 2 in the row sees the 4 and the 2 sees the 4. Okay, take 3. The 4 sees the 2. The 4 sees the 8 and the 4. The 8 and the 4 do something maybe. This row, we still need 1 and 3 and 6. No, not 6. 8. 1 and 3 and 8 is the answer. This is not 1 or 8 though, so that's 3. So that's 1 and 3 and that's 8. Let's see. That 3 looks up and gives me a 2 and a 3. The 2 looks down and gives me a 4 and a 2. The 3 gives me that blue is 7. This isn't 3 or 7, so it's a 1. So this is a 2, 3 pair. This is a none X-wing on 2s. Namely, I know there's a 2 in these 2 cells, and I know there's a 2 in these 2 cells. That's 2 2s in rows 5 and 6. So I cannot put a third 2 in row 5 and 6. So that's a 1 and that's a 2. I'm sure that was way overkill if I had looked a little more closely. But I saw that, so I'm going to take it. Let's see. This isn't a 7 anymore. Let's see. The remaining digits in this box. Actually, before I do that, that's a 5 and that's a 7 because of the 7 looking up. This is now a right-in, so let's do that. It is a 5. Looks like a 5. It didn't yell at me when I entered 5, so that's probably pretty good. These two digits are 6 and 9. Nice. So it's a 9 there and a 6 there. The 9 there sees the 3 there. The 3 and 5 look over and give us a 1 here. The 3 here gives me a 9 and a 7. The 7 gives me a 2 and a 7. That 2 gives me a 3 and a 2. The 1 and the 3 give me a 5 and a 3. And the 3 gives me a 9 and a 3. And there we go. Okay, grkles was right. I did absolutely love that puzzle. Just a gorgeous, gorgeous little puzzle. I enjoyed the deductions there a lot. It was very gentle, actually, especially for a grkles puzzle. but the idea and some of the cool ideas there were quite nice. I wonder if the mod 3 it can't reverse in the middle of this column thing was necessary or not. I think I'd prefer if it wasn't necessary, but okay, let's see. We can paint in some extra colors just to sort of finish up. We'll do a little let's do some reds. We can do like a little orange thing up here. And maybe down here, like a little green thing for Casey. Casey really likes green, so we'll make a big green tub for Casey. A cat. Oh no, you missed Zach. Well, Zach will be back, I hope, in the next puzzle. I'm going to take a real quick break, but I'll be back. I'll try and draw a cat later. I don't think it's going to go well, but I will try to draw a cat. But I think I have maybe over-colored this grid to try and fit in a cat. But I will be right back. So, again, I want to say thank you to all of the people who support the channel in any of the many ways there are available to you to do that. Just a quick reminder of some of the options if you want to support the channel. Liking the stream is always great. Subscribing is great. If you want to consider giving a super chat or becoming a YouTube member, if you become a YouTube member, you can get the fancy green name like Jay in chat with some windmill action. It was grkles who actually named the windmills as the founder of the Zeta fans. And also, if you don't like YouTube memberships for whatever reason, you can get almost all of the same benefits on Patreon minus the emotes and the green name, because you can't make your name green without actually going through YouTube. But all of those are available with many benefits, like you can vote on puzzles. So remember, this puzzle was picked because it was the most voted on by the members. So anyway, something to consider. I'll be right back. Thank you again to all of our supporters, especially David, who has done an amazing job of supporting the stream like every time I'm streaming, and is on a date, which I hope is going well. But I will be right back. Welcome back. Apparently there was a dancing T-Rex to what seemed like excellent T-Rex dancing music. Uh, I'm not 100% sure what the T-Rex dancing was notifying me of. It was something Streamlabs related, but I'm still figuring out much of anything about Streamlabs. The Disco Dino is not as good as Zach. Well, that is definitely true. The Disco Dino is not as good as Zach. Well, Zach is a very special and valued member of the zetamath team, so hard to beat that. Alrighty. I saw a lot of people talking about camels, so it seemed only fitting if we're talking about camels that we do a camel puzzle by Panthera. So you can tell from the title already, because the title in Panthera puzzles is always a hint. The flyaway home is definitely a hint that it's going to be a picture of a camel at the end of the day. Oh, Tristan says it is a new Patreon pledge. So thank you to whoever became our new Patreon pledge. It might or might not have said on screen. I really don't know. I only pretend to have any idea what I am doing. Thank you, Eric. Great to have you here. Great to have you as a patron. Very much appreciated. Okay, so these are, I think, traditional two-color Japanese sum rules. Okay, with red and black and nothing. Okay, so Japanese sum rules mean that you're going to draw some colors into the grid, which are going to be black, although I'm not actually going to use black. I'm going to use dark gray for black. And so you might have something like that. And so this black square here is telling you every shaded cell in this row is black. This is black. And it's telling you the first string of shaded cells sum to 5. And the second string of shaded cells sum to 7. So this could be 1, 2, 4. And this could be 2, 3. And so that would sum to 5. That would sum to 7. There might be sudoku problems, but we can deal with that. Okay. In this row, it's probably easier to give an example of what's happening because I need to shade some cells so that there's one string of cells that are shaded, and the sum is 45. So in fact, in this row, what the clue is telling us is actually directly every cell is shaded and is red. So the camel is going to be red and black. That is what we are learning. Okay. So that's how the clues with a square are interpreted. In rows where the clues are not squared, what we're being told is that there's actually a mix of colors where there's some red, some black, and possibly some unshaded. And the trick is actually that I can switch from red to black without a gap in between and do it. That part, if you've not ever seen a Japanese sums puzzle before, that part is a little tricky to visualize. But when we get there, I'll show it to you and it'll make sense. I think you probably need an example for that. Alrighty. There is not even a hidden magic square or anything. So I think we can get started. So I guess we've already gotten started technically because we put in the red line. I do want to mark vertically. Oh, I need to move the camera. Sorry, I'd forgotten oops, sorry. I'm not going to move the dancing thing. There we go. Haha. Okay, I think that is good now. So this column, I can unshade a lot of stuff. I think I'm going to use yellow for unshaded. This is horrifying. This is every column here, or every cell in this column that's shaded is red, and there's only one group. So I can go at most 4 cells here. So all of these are unshaded. I'm going to play around with it. I think I'm going to do yellow for unshaded, although that may or may not drive me crazy. I can do a very similar trick here. I can do at most 5 cells to get to a sum of 18. 6 would overflow, so these are unshaded. these are unshaded. Try again. Now, in row 3, actually, this 35 clue is already getting very interesting. Because 35 you can do in a minimum of 5 cells. So I need at least 5 cells shaded. So if I say shade 5 from this side, it shades those. If I shade 5 from this side, it shades these, but up. So these are always shaded, is what it is telling us. I am also being informed that row 6, actually every cell is shaded because it sums to 45 already. Oh, and the 7, there's a 2 and a 5. Okay, so row 6 is very interesting. So row 6, every cell is shaded because the digits sum to 45. And now I know there's a 1 and a 2 in the row separately. So the 5 can't be a sum of 2. The 5 is actually a digit. So this is actually a 5. And I'm going to bring out Zach in a second, but I want to fill in all of these. This is a 2. Now, I guess 7, I don't know if the 7 is in 1 or 2. So I know one of these is a 1. And I know there's a break in the coloring there and there. Okay. Oh, and actually every shaded cell in this color in this column is red, so I actually know this is red. Okay, but I will bring out Zach. So that's red, that's yellow. I don't need to keep the things. That's red again. Okay, and I'll do the minimum coloring after I let Zach do the 5 dance. Not yellow? Not yellow. Black. Black. Black and yellow, kind of similar. Zach is not dancing for the coloring. Zach is dancing for the digits. So we may need a different coloring dancing penguin. But then the coloring will go horribly wrong. Hooray! 5 dance. Thank you, Zach. So being pointed out, yes, this cell is not yellow. It is black, which is gray. Now, this red is part of a 30 clue. 30 is always at least 4 long. So there is going to be at least 4 cells here of red. And then we need a 1 and a 7. But the 7 could be done in 2. Is the punchline of all of this. I guess I do know this cell is red, because I know that it's going to go red, black, red, black, red. So I know this cell is red for sure. To be part of the 10. And I guess I know it's 3, 4, or 7, although I don't know that is immediately useful. Okay. I am being told about a 13 clue I'm trying to identify. This is good. This column, Sayori has a good point. This column has a 13 clue, which is red. So this is, by the way, this is now red again, because oh no, I don't know that is red. I just know that it's not black. But, so I can draw a line there, at the very least. But I do know this cell is red, because it needs to add to 13, and I can't do that in 1 cell. Excellent catch, Sayori. Words I find myself saying a lot lately. Let's see. Nicholas claims that row 5 also sums to 45, which seems plausible. 18 plus 25, sorry, 18 plus 27. Let's see. Yep, I can confirm it does. So that means I get at least 2 from this side. Although I don't know. At least 2 from this side, at least 4 from this side, 1 in the middle somewhere. I guess I know the 1 is actually in one of these 2 cells. Because the 1 can't be in the same box as the other 1. So this needs to be at least 3, putting a 1 over there somewhere, but I can't color anything I don't... Oh, no, I can, because in this column, everything is red. So yeah, I know all of these are red, actually. And likewise, I know that the 27 needs to start over here, and it needs to be at least 4, so all of that is red. Okay, so that was a great spot by Nicholas. Now this red is part of the 15 clues, so it needs to be at least 2 in size. We do have a rainbow penguin. Let's see. If this joined, it would be part of the 30. That seems plausible. Okay. Let's see. This doesn't happen again here, does it? 13, 19, 21. No, that's not 45. So now, this being pointed out, this can't be red because, again, this is at most max length 4, and it's already got 3 of its length, so this can't ever possibly get shaded. Which is a good point. The 1 can't be here, actually, because if you look at this column clue, if this 1 was the shaded 1, then that would create a 1 clue, and there's not a 1 clue. So actually, this is the shaded 1. This is red, which does mean this is 7. That was cute. I liked that. Let's see. So now if I look at this column, I can't do 17 and more than 4. 2, 3, 4. So this is yellow. Oh, this is yellow because every other cell in this column that's shaded is red, and every cell in this row is black. And yellow and black are not the same color. So this is, or sorry, red and black are not the same color. So this is yellow. This being a 7 was rather impactful, as is being pointed out by Mulkmec. Thank you, Mulkmec. I need this red to sum to 10. Well, the only way that's going to work is if this is a 1 and this is a 2 and these are both yellow. Because if I add any more yellow, it's going to be a disaster. A very rapid sort of disaster. Okay. Okay, now what is the total of this row again? That's 12, 27, 28. 28. Wow. Why on earth can I not read? 12, 27, 28, 36. 36 is the answer. So I don't think it's super interesting, but I do know I'm going to need a 1 in this row, and it's going to have to be over here somewhere. Oh, I know where the 1... No, not necessarily. I know the 1's not here. Oh, no, I do know where the 1 goes. Okay, I know where the 1 in row 4 goes, because it needs to be in this box. I can't put a 1 here. Oh, no, I could put a 1 there. Never mind. The 1 is in one of these 2 cells. I am being bad at words. And yes, it is very nice seeing a whole bunch of new names in chat. I agree. Okay, column 3, Nicholas wants me to add. I think Nicholas just wants to see me do arithmetic. 13, 16, plus 28, 44. So all but one cell in this column is shaded. And there's definitely not room for a 28 below this. So this red is part of the 28. So I need to get a 5, 8, and 3 up here. Interesting. Now I know 11ticles always enjoys when I count. Okay, this 31 is suspicious. So is it possible this red is not part of the 31? And the answer is it's not possible, because then I would need to fit a 2, which is a 2, and a 31 into 4 cells. But I can't do 31 in 4 cells. 31 is one more than I could do in 4 cells. So anytime you see a 31 clue in a puzzle, you should suspect that it is telling you one more. It's telling you need at least 5. That's what 31 is code for. So I can't do that, and so I need to get the 1 and the 7 down here. Well, the only way I can possibly fit that is as 1 and 7, which actually places this 1, makes that black, makes that red. Now, I know the 31 is red, so the 1 is black. The 7 is red. You can see the camel is racing because its legs are sort of bent around like this, but it may have camel pox, so be careful. Okay, this column has a lone 3, followed by a 30, followed by a lone 2, followed by some flavor of 9. Who knows? Let's see. Well, 17 and 11 in this column both need at least one more cell. So let's redden one more cell in each direction to get my 17 and 11. Okay, which means that this 9 is red. So if the 9 is red, what color is the 1? So this will be red, black, red, black. So the 1 in row 4 is black, so it's not there. So that's 1 and is black. And now that's red. And in fact, that's part of a 15 clue, so there's at least 2 reds there. This is part of an 8 clue, so I don't actually know what to do with that. Now this 1 means that in this column, we've got a 7 and a 5 up here in some flavor, a 1 and then a 28. I can't get to 28 in 3, so there's at least one more red coming down. Oh, this is part of a 22. I can't get to 22 and 2 either. In fact, I can't get to 22 and... No, I could get to 22 and 3. Never mind. So 22 and 3 is possible. Interestingly, this 9 is in at least 2. Let's see. Sayori is right. Where is the 2 in column 6? Good point. Okay, yeah. Sayori has a good point, which chat has re-upped, which is that column 6 needs a lone 2 clue that can't be this, because, spoiler, 5 cannot sum to 2. That is not one of the valid Kakuru combinations. So, in fact, that's a 2 and that's a 9. The 2 is gray. We've got our spotted camel foot down there. So this is a 30. And then I'm going to need a 3 up here. Actually, these sum to less than 45, right? Yeah, these sum to less than 45. So actually, the 3 can't be... Oh, no, I know there's a hole here, but I don't know where the hole is. But I know there is a hole. There's a yellow cell in here that's a 1. Oh, but that does mean that red is done here, at the very least. Let's see. Could the 2 here be here? No, this is a 31. 31 needs to be at least 2 more, so those are red. That means there's a 2 up here in one of those 2 cells. I don't think I know which one. Now the only way for this 9 to be in 3 cells... well, the 9 is never in 4 cells. I could have said that a long time ago. This has been yellow because the 9 here. For the 9 to be in 3 cells now, it would have to go exactly 3, 4, 2. That's the only way the 9 could be in 3 cells. Let's see. Electrical says I can put the 6 in row 8. Let's try and put a 6 in row 8, shall we? So between 1 and 2, I have to try and make a 6 sum in this between part. And so if I put in the Kakuru calculator 6 in 1, it will tell you that that is one of those combinations that is unique. I know I don't really like remembering that either, but it's true. So we'll get a 6 there. So this would have to be 7, 8 exactly if it's in 2. Otherwise, there's another one there. Oh, but before this is a 12, which means this has to be red because you can't get to 12 in 1. I didn't do it in my head. Purple, it's just something I've had to look up so often that I've just sort of internalized it. So row 9 only has one red clue. So this red is actually... so the red is connected, so that has to be red. Let's see. In this column, the outies sum to what? 23, 32 is the total, I believe. I think in this column, these clues sum to 32, so the outies sum to 13, so I can't, in fact, have only one yellow. I need 2 yellows. I need 2 outies. So these 2 sum to 9 without being 1, 8 or 3, 6. So they're either 2, 7 or 4, 5. I did not do that goodly. 4, 5. There we go. These sum to 13. Yeah, they sum to 13. I don't know which. Okay. Oh, I can place 2 in box 5. Thank you, Garion. I can place 2 in box 5. 2 in box 5 goes here. Very nice, Garion. So that's a 2, and that's a 7, because they have to add together to be the thingy. They have to add together to be 9. So these need to add to be 13. They can't be 6, 7. So they're either 4, 9 or 5, 8. Unsure yet which one it is, I think. 2 of these. Okay, these are adding to 17. So they're either 8, 9 exactly, or they're not, and then this is shaded. 3, 2 at the top of column 6, says Nicholas. Ah, right. So that's going to make this a 1, 3 pair. So the outies in this column are... The outies are 1, but I also need a 3 clue. So this is actually a 1, 3 pair. Thank you, Nicholas. Let's see. This is 28. 1. And I need a 7 and a 5 up here somehow. Don't know yet. Let's see, SPQ says in row 4, column 3 is black. All right, because this is part of the 15, and I still need to fit 2 clues in here. So if I don't make this black, I don't get anywhere near enough clues. Good point, SPQ. So this is black. And then that lets me write in some things, because that's a 9 and that's a 3. These 2 need to sum to 13 without being 3, 10 or 4, 9. So they are either 5, 8 or 6, 7. I don't think I know which yet, but I'm going to write it in because there's at least I can knock that can't be 7, so that can't be 6 at the very least. Let's see, what are the outies in this row sum to? 12, 27, 28, 36. The outies in this row sum to 9. And the outies can't be 9, so this has to be an outie as well by maths. So these 2 need to sum to 9 without using a 1, 2, or a 3. So they're a 4, 5 pair, and I know the order. Which resolves this, because now these can't be 5, 8. So they are 6 and 7. And this digit is an 8 to make all of that. This column, remember that the reds are all connected, so this can't be red, it's yellow. Now, 35 is at least 5. Doesn't do anything. Let's see. 17, 1. So yeah, if this is 17, this would be an 8. If these are 2 like that. Could do 11 and 3. Let's see. Let me fill in the rest of this box just in case it does anything insightful. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, not 9. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I don't feel incited yet, I'm going to be honest. That one's not a 3. I can confirm that. The 29 clue, let's see, Malk is asking, the 27 clue in row 5, does it need to be 5, 6, 7, 9? Let's see. So the most it could be. Let's see. Actually, let's write down these digits. I think that will make this easier. These are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Okay. There's no way a 3 could be involved, right? Because if there were a 3 involved, then I would need to put 8, 7, 9. Wait, couldn't I do that? Can I do 8 here and then 7, 9 over here? I feel like I could do that. So I think it could be 3, 7, 8, 9 for the 27. This is not a 7. Let's see. Meme Mistress says row 8 is fixed by the outies. So the outies add to 7, claims Meme Mistress. Let's double check. So 13, 19, 21, 38 does sound like the outies add to 7. But this can't be a 7. So therefore, the outies need to be 2 cells. And they need to add to 7. And the only way they can do that is 3, 4. And we know the order. This camel is getting more and more unhealthy by the moment. If your camel looks like this, you should be going to the veterinarian. That is what I am learning. So we can look at this column. We need a 3, a 4, 5, need a 6, got a 7, need an 8 and a 9. This is not a 9, at the very least. I can attest that much. That might be all I know. Let's see. So Nicholas points out I need to sum to 12 and 2 in this row. Okay, so how do I sum to 12 and 2 here? That's probably going to be huge. So I'm not doing 3, 9 or 4, 8. So I must be doing 5, 7. So that means these two digits over here are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I actually know the order. Thank you, Nicholas. That was a good observation. So it's not a 9. 9 is placed here by just sudoku. Which tells me something about the 45 sum? Question mark, question mark, question mark. 18 clue in column 9 is forced, says Sayori. So these need to sum to 13, these two. Well, they can't involve a 9 because that would require a 4. So the 13 with a 6 or 7 requires another 6 or 7. So these are a 6-7 pair. So the rest of this column I can write in. We need a 1 and a 2. We've got a 3, a 4, 5, 6, 7, and we need an 8 and a 9. This one's not 8 or 9. So this is 1 or 2 down here. 5, 7. Let's see, I do know just by Sudoku there has to be a 7 in one of these cells, but I don't even know if that's worth marking at the moment. Let's see, row 9, column 9 is also yellow. I agree. Thank you, Elosif. If you tell me otherwise, I will pronounce it differently. Otherwise, I will try and go with Elos. But welcome, Elos. Thank you for that. That was appreciated. Okay, 28 is always at least 4, so I don't have any knowledge whatsoever about how that works. The 6 in box 2 is placed. Meme Rister tells me. Yes, the 6 goes here. Thank you. Always appreciate the Sudoku advice. This is 6. Let's see. Nicholas is row 7, column 8. Has to be either 1, 3, 4, and that forces a lot of things. Just by like writing out candidates of what it can be. It can't be 1. Or am I looking at... Oh, I'm looking at... Okay, it needs to be part of a 13. Got it. Okay. So how am I making 13? I'm either putting a 4 here, or I'm adding 2 digits that add to 4. Excellent. Great spot, Nicholas. But I can't add 1, 3 here because there's already a 3 in the box. So Nicholas's point is this is a 4, so that's a 4. Great, great detective work. So these are 2, 6, 7. That one's not a 7. I don't think I know anything else about anything else. Let's see. Almost. Ielosov? I'm attempting to read this transliteration. Tristan will attest I am terrible at transliterating things. More yellow needed. Let's see. More yellow. Ah, yes. More yellow needed. Thank you, because I need a yellow here. Let's see. Tremkel says that row 3, column 7... ELOSF? I can say ELOSF. Row 3, column 7 must be a red 5 because we can't put red in the top 2 rows. Ah, that is very smart. Okay, very smart, Tremkel. The 5 clue here has to be red, but the clues actually tell us no reds are allowed in the top 2. So this has to be red, and it has to be a 5. And then I need to get a 7 up here, either as a sum or as a single 7. What are the outies in this business? The outies here, 12. The outies in this column sum to 4. The outies in this column sum to 4. And they can't involve a 1, so they are a single 4, and the single 4 has to go up here, which means this is red. And this is a single 4 with a single 7. Is the upshot of all of that. So these aren't 7. That gives me a 2-6 pair in this row, which gives me a 7 and a 6. It tells me none of these are 6s. That 3-9 makes that a 7. those sum to 13, so that means these two sum to 14. And if they sum to 14, spoiler, they don't involve a 3. So that's a 9, and that's a 5, and that's a 3. So this is also a 2 or a 6, I believe, because that's what's left to fill out the column, which means that this is actually a 1. Which means that this is actually a 1, dramatic keystroke. So these aren't 1. This is a write-in. It is a 5. So these digits up here, let's see. And then I will promise to look at meme Rister's point. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 1, 3, 6. That one's not a 6. Okay, meme Rister's point is that they're going to wash the dishes. Column 2, 11 clue is fixed. Okay, so let's see. So I guess the question is, could this be red? If this was red, what would happen? Maybe to this row. If this were red, my outies here need to sum to 17. Oh, yeah. This just can't be... let's look at the outies in this row. These sum to 6. This is at most 8, so that's at most 14. But my outies need to be 17, so this needs to be yellow, is, I believe, meme Rister's point. And once that needs to be yellow, that actually tells us how to make 11, because I need to make 11 and 2, and it's not going to be 2, 9. So this is going to be a 6. And if you some of the Kakuru calculators will let you put in a digit that you know is in the sum. And if you have a 2-cell 11 sum in Kakuru, and one of the digits is a 6, it will tell you the other digit has to be a 5. So that's 6 and 5. Now, that tells me that this isn't a 6. So that is a 3 or an 8. These digits, I know what they are. So in particular, I know that the 6 in this row has to go there. But these digits are... 2, 3, we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 2, 3, 8. So if I used all of 2, 3, and 8, that is, if I made this cell yellow, I would get outies of 13, 19. I would get outies of 19. 19 is too big, so this can't be yellow. It must be red. And so now I need to make my outies over here. Let's see. My outies are 17, so I need to make these sum to 11, which means this needs to be a 3, 8. So that's a 2. So now these two need to sum to 28 minus, let's see, 16, 18. 28 minus 18. So these need to sum to 10. They're not 1, 9, they're not 2, 8, they're not 3, 7, so they'd better be 4, 6. And I actually know the order, 4 and 6. This cell, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, is an 8. That gives me this cell, it's a 3. So this isn't a 3. These digits... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is not a 9. That is not a 4. Let's see. Okay, so do these total to 17? They do already sum to 17, so this has to be yellow. Let's see. I need to get a 5 and an 8 up here. The 5 is definitely just a 5. So there's a 5 up here. Do I know that the 8 is just an 8? Probably. Because, yeah, the 8 would need to... If the 8 was in 2, it would need to be 1, 7, 2, 6, or 3, 5, none of which are possible. So this is actually a 5 somewhere up here, an 8 somewhere up here, to give me my 5 and my 8, but I don't know exactly because there's a yellow cell somewhere in there. Column 8 now. Yes, my 15 is done. Thank you, Sayori. So these are all yellow. Now, anything that's not a 2 or a 3 in this row I know is yellow. So this is yellow. Just by the fact that all the clued things here are 2s or 3s. Let's see. I probably can work out the rest of this. Oh, no, I can't work out the rest of this row. Never mind. That was a lie. Oh, and I need a 7 in this clue, and it can't go here because that 7's unshaded. So that is a black 7, which makes that a 4. So let's see. So that's yellow because it needs to have room between it and the next clue. Let's see. Tall Cat says something about some row, but then also says something about 8s in column 2 looking places. Let's see. The 8 in column 2 looks down. Okay, I believe that. So that is a 3 and an 8. These are not 8 anymore. So this can't be... Oh, I was going to say this can't be shaded anymore, but I should just write in what these digits are. That's probably a better use of my time than pencil marking 2 different digits in 2 different sets of cells. These are a 1. We've got a 2, a 3, a 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6. And a 7. We need an 8. We've got a 9. Okay. This is not 5. This can no longer be shaded because it's 1, 5, or 8. None of those are part of a 2 sum. And now once that's shaded, once that's yellowed by this row, now both of these are shaded. So this one's got to be the 8, and it's red. And this one's got to be the 5, and it's black. And so that's a 1. Let's see. And that 1 is going to come over here and do some damage over here because it's going to give me the 3 and the 1 over there. Now, the 3 in this row is black, so that is black. So this is 3. Let's see. So that 3 is going to do some more Sudoku. So that's 9, that's 3, that's 6. This is 6. That is not a 6. I was thinking that someone had turned their camel into some sort of television set. That is what I think has happened here, which seems cruel. Do not do that to your camels. Be nice to your camels. 1 and 3. Let's see. This is not an 8. Let's see. We've got a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 4, 9. That one's not a 9. Could be anything. That could be anything. Oh, yeah, it can't be a 4, but we already got that marked. Okay, this row still needs a clue, and it doesn't have one yet. So, and everything else is shaded. So that's the 2. And now that's the last clue for this column. So that's yellow. It's not a 2 anymore. I regret to inform you. This is not a 2. I probably can figure out what it is by figuring out how this sums to 35. So those are 15, 20, 26. That needs a 9. These 2 cells are one of them's a 2. 3, 4, 5, 6. And one of them is a 7, it looks like. So this 9 looks across here, tells me these aren't 9. There's some other digits that they're not. This one's not 4 either. There's a 2 that tells me that's an 8, and that's a 5. These two summed to something, I remember. That's a 9. That's not a 9. Let's see. This is not a 5 anymore. That 4 and 5 actually tell me that's an 8. Good, I did not need to remember what they summed to. This is yellow, because I've got all the clues done for the row. So that is our coloring. The 8 looks down and gives me a 3. This digit I can probably deduce. 3, it's a 4. Let's see. So there must be a 5 or an 8 in this column already. Oh, no, there's a 4 and a 9 in the column already. So that's an 8, that's a 9, that's a 4. That's an 8, that's a 5. Woohoo! Oh, yeah, there was no bet cell. Sorry about that, ELOSF. We'll make a bet cell in the next puzzle. In fact, we'll make 2 bet cells in the next puzzle to make up for it. So next puzzle, 2 bet cells. An overused generic model from the Unity store. Welcome, an overused generic model from the Unity store. I enjoy the screen name. I can't say I get it, I just enjoy it. Yes, think about that. 2 bet cells, 2 chances to win. How could you lose with 2 bet cells? Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that, although I feel, again, very, very bad for the camel, but I really liked the puzzle. Very cool puzzle. Alrighty, I'm going to take a real short break, pull up another puzzle, and then we will be back with more Sudoku action. If you've not liked the stream yet, it would be awesome if you'd like the stream. If you're new, it would be awesome if you subscribed. I'm really happy to see a whole bunch of names I don't recognize, in addition to a whole bunch of names that I do recognize, which is also very cool. We will see you all in just a minute. Welcome back, everyone. I realize I should slightly move the puzzle back since we no longer have outside clues here. But uh, as promised, we have our two bet cells, which I like to think add to the picture here. This is Black Eyes by Qodec. Tristan is indeed the bringer of beverages who is frequently spotted lingering off camera or fixing my mic or doing various other things. He hosted the 1,000 Stream Spectacular, so he managed everyone, which is pretty cool. But yes, he definitely is the superest of super supporters of the stream. But also, I can't add him to the superest supporters of the stream list because, among other things he does, he runs the superest of super supporters list for me, so I don't. But yes, Tristan deserves all of the love and praise in the world for making all of this happen and making all of this run smoothly. So, thank you, honey. Alrighty. What do we have now? We have. I wish I could say I had deliberately picked two bet cells that were looking at fives, but I did not deliberately choose two that were looking at fives. But anyway, you can bet one digit for both of them. If they both work out to be the same digit, then you get paid quadratically more even. You can really get lucky. If you can win big in this puzzle. All right, so what are the rules here? So we have first Chinese whispers. So consecutive digits along a whisper line differ by at most 2. So they could be the same. That's fine. So I could do 4-4. That would be okay with the whisper. Oh, thank you, Tall Cat, for the donation in honor of Tristan, the superest of the super supporters. That is absolutely correct. Thank you so much, Tall Cat. We greatly appreciate the donation. Thank you. All right, so that would be okay, but you could also do that, or you could do that. That would be fine, as long as the difference is at most 2. So, amusingly now, if you've been around the Sudoku scene for a bit, you might think, so it's like a riff on German whispers. But actually, the causality actually went the other way. Chinese whispers were named first, and are probably worryingly racistly named. I'm not 100% sure. But German whispers were then a riff on them, but German whispers have caught on more than Chinese whispers overall. And then we have Kropke pairs. So we have these black dots, mean the digits are in a ratio of 1 to 2. But this is not all the black dots. There may be other black dots. That is what we have. So I believe it was Judith on one of my recent VODs made a comment that was really fascinating, which was that any Chinese whisper line that's a loop always ends up being also a renbon because of the way the digits end up working out. However, notice that that's only true, I believe, if they all see each other, and this sort of strands into another box. So because this strands into another box, it can have repeated digits, and I think because this can have repeated digits, I think it might actually have repeated digits. I think. I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. Let's see. But this one is going to have to be a renbon, I believe. So, and by a renbon, I mean the totality of all the digits on this are going to have to be they're going to have to be a string of consecutive digits. And so let's just imagine why that, let's just make sure we can convince ourselves why that is. So let's just hypothetically put a 5 here. That forces this to be a 4-6 pair. And let's just say we put it in this order. We don't have a whole lot of choice. Now, this digit now can't be a 5 or a 6. So what does it have to be? It has to be a 2 or a 3. And this digit can't be a 4 or a 6. So it has to be a 7 or an 8. Wait. What did I do wrong? I feel like I already broke the puzzle. Because now there's nothing I can put here, is there? Oh, because that's not the only thing I can do with 5. They don't have to be 4, 6. Yeah, never mind. Okay. But chat has made a beautiful point, which is that 9 is on here somewhere. So let's do this with 9. So 9 is on here by Sudoku. So somewhere on here there's a 9. I'm just going to put it here for a second. This is the thing I was mentally thinking about and then completely doing wrong. So the 9 is going to be next to a 7 and an 8 because those are the only digits that can be there. Now, let's just say it goes in that direction. Oh, thank you, Glum Hippo. Glum Hippo has made a donation honoring the grin shape of the grid. Very much appreciated. And so now the point here is I think that this can only be 5 or 6. This can only be... Sorry, this can only be 5 or 6. I think this can actually only be 6, right? Because we've used 9 and we've used 7. So this can only be 6. So that's a 5. And now what is this going to be? It's going to be a 4. Okay. So what we have just proved is that the digits on this line are, in fact, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know where the 9 is, but they are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know where the 9 is, so it could start anywhere and go in that pattern. But that means these are 1, 2, 3. And now that puts pressure over here, because now this can't have a 4 on it, so there's definitely a 4 over here. This is very Qodec already. So the 4 over here, what can it go with? Well, it can go with 5, except it can't. It could go with 6. Or it could go with, well, 2 or 3, except it can't. Wait, why no 4? What? Oh, no, you're right. There could be a 4 over here, because 4 could still go with 6. Darn it, 4 could go with 6. I reluctantly admit 4 could go with 6. I was thinking that 4 was suffocated, but 4 is not quite suffocated from the row yet. Interesting. Yes, one of them is 4, 6. That's a good point. Okay, one of them is definitely 4, 6, because wherever the 4 goes, by the same reasoning, the other is the other digit that goes with it is a 6. So this is a 4, 6, and a 7, 8. Is the upshot here. A heat advisory? That's no fun. Stay cool. I mean, all things considered, a heat advisory is better than a hard advisory. But do your best. Bye, Ambrose. So, what am I supposed to do with this? This looking down here is making me a bit suspicious. The fact that this is looking down this whole giant line is making me suspicious. So, okay. So this is totally tertiary to everything. But I have now figured out how to prove Judith's point that every circular whisper that sees itself ends up being a Renban. Namely, you just do exactly the argument we did, except you replace 9 with whatever the highest digit on the thing happens to be, and then the same argument will apply. Okay. But I think the question might be, is it possible that these have no repeated digits? So, or is it true that one of these two at least has to show up? Because if these have no repeated digits, then the same argument applies, and it needs to be a length 6 Renban of some sort. And that seems like the kind of question I am supposed to ask, but I don't feel like I see any reason why it would have to be or not have to be or whatever. And hey, Alex, welcome. Okay, so can I put a 9 in those circles? So, like, could I get away with a 9 here? I guess is the question. I'd have to put an 8 here and a 7 here. Okay, so I think I could just bifurcate my way to saying there's not a 9 here because of the black dot. But that feels gross because the argument is here. If this is a 9, then that's got to be the 8. That's the 7. This is now a 4, and this is broken because those are too far apart. But that is bifurcation, I feel like. I'm willing to use it if there's something exciting about 9s, though I don't like it. But row 3 and 4 then. Okay, so I see so if we buy that is a valid deduction, then Tallcat's point is now where do the 9s go in row 3 and 4? And so they don't go anywhere on these or these, and they don't go there. So we get a none X-wing, and in particular we get a 9 there, which is exciting. So that means that these digits are from 7, 8, 9. Oh, it really is an X-wing. That is really an X-wing because it is in 4 boxes. Excellent. Good point. Yeah, I was looking at that. Trumkull is saying it can't be here because then it would break this ring. So if this is a 9, then these become 7, 8. And then these become both out of 4, 5, 6. And that seems like it's going to break. Does it immediately break if these are 4, 5, 6? I don't remember what my ring looked like. I should have written down what my ring looked like when I did this before, because I figured out exactly what the shape of this thing had to be. Yes, right. If these are 4, 5, 6, I see the easy way, or sorry, Sayori has said the easy way to see it, which is if this is a 9, then these are 7, 8, 9. This is 4, 5, 6, and now I can't put 9 on the ring because there's nowhere for 9 to go. So in fact, the 9's there, and this is a 7 or 8. And now we have a digit. Actually, we have 2 digits because we can place that 9 too. And so we can bring out Zach to do the 9 dance. I think this is like the 3rd time Zach has gotten to do the 9 dance. So Zach is getting very used to the 9 dance. 9 dance. 9 dance. Lip, 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 lip. Ah, 9 dance. Thank you, Zach. Oh no, Zach has fallen over. I must rescue him. There we go. Zach is better now. All right, so these aren't 9s. Spoiler. So yeah, so one of these is a 9. How far down do I want to good lift this? Because this is going to be... so this can't be 7 or 8, because by the same argument, if this were 7 or 8, we would be out of luck. So this is a number that is less than 2 away from 7 or 8, but is not 7 or 8 itself. So it is 5 or 6 only. Those are the only options for this cell. It's intriguing. Five in row 3, column 4 must be on each circle now. I am confused. Let's see. Garion says this is not actually 5 because of the ring in box 8. I'm trying to make sense of that. Okay, so if I also ruled out... So if I ruled out 5 from here, I'd have to put 5 and 9. One would have to go on one side. One would have to go on the other side. I think this is where I really need to have written down my list of what this ring looked like, and I did not. Because I think that's the point, is that the 9 ends up opposite the 5, doesn't it? Because the 9 goes next to the 7 and the 8. And then the 8 goes next to the 6. So then the 7 goes next to the 5. No, not quite. The 9 goes opposite the 4. So the 9 and 5 are sort of like kitty corner to each other, like that, in some orientation. And so the 9 is over in one of these two cells, and so the 5 is always in here, is the point. Okay. Got it. Okay, because they're 2 apart. So the 5's always there, which means this is a 6. Okay, which means that this is 4, 5, 7, 8. Yes, the 6 does look down. Yeah, so the opposites are 4, 9, 5, 8, and 6, 7. Okay, so Trumkel wrote down all of these things, and so the opposite pairs are 4, 9, 5, 8, and 6, 7. And so we know exactly which one this is, because it's not 6, 7, and it's not 4, 9. So this is 5, 8. So these are not 5, 8. Oops. can't be 8 in row 6, column 4. If this were an 8, that would be a 7. Oh, 8 looks up in column 5. Thank you. So that makes that a 7. Owing to that. So this isn't a 7. Kurobon said it can't be an 8, but I'm not sure. I see why yet. What would I place in row 6, column 5 if it was an 8? Oh, because it can't be a 5. Right. Right. If this is an 8, then this has no value. Because 6, 7, and 9 are all gone. Okay, yeah, so this can't be an 8. So this is a 4 or 5. So this is now actually within 2 of 4 or 5. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 nominally, but it's not 6, 7, or 5. So this can only be 2, 3, or 4. Now I have to be careful about breaking this black dot now. So if I make this a 2, the black dot is now broken. So this cannot be a 2. If I make this a 4, then it forces the black dot to be 1, 2 exactly, which would make that a 3. Yeah, probably worth noting, these are from 1, 2, 4. Those are the only options now. And so there's always a 2 on here. So this isn't a 2. This is what Liz is talking about with saying these are a 1, 2, 4 quad. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4 quad, which they definitely are. Let's see. There's always going to be a 5 on these circles by just sudoku. None of those can be 5, so I need a 5 on each circle. Tall Cat points out. Now, those can't be 5s. So I know that there is a 5 in one of these cells and a 5 in one of these cells. Yes, I know it's not that one, but I'm trying to do this symmetrically. So the 5 could be, for example, next to a 4 here and a 4 here and a 2 there, right? I think that works. Okay, I'm going to try filling this in just to see if it works. 2. Does that actually break? Because now I don't actually think I can fill this in. No, I can. I can go 3, 2. That's fine. Hey, Panthera. So I think I can actually fill this with very cluttered digits if people believe this is correct. This looks correct to me. Really enjoyed your puzzle, by the way, Panthera. I do not believe we have proved that a puzzle or that an eye can't contain 5 twice. It seems very plausible to me that it does. These things can repeat all over. Is the punchline that I'm getting away from this? Let's see. 4 column 7. Okay, so I see why Garion is looking at this cell. And so Garion's claim is this can only be 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, it can't be 6 because it would require a 3, and there's a given 3 there. So this is at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. But if this is 8 and this is 4, I think that's going to be a problem. Yeah, this can't be 8, because if it was 8, what is going to go in these two cells? And the answer is double 6. And double 6 is going to be a problem for Sudokological reasons. So that's not going to be an 8. So I agree with Garion's claim that this cell's actually quite low. It is 1, 2, 3, or 4. And so in particular, the 8 in the row goes over here somewhere. Are 8 and 4, let's see, I could go 8, 6, 5, 4, or some such nonsense. That's fine. Let's see, and I have not yet pushed 9 into any super restricted place yet. I mean, I don't believe 8 can go on this ring. Why can't 8 go on this ring? I guess 8 would have to be surrounded by 6 and 7. So if the 8 is on this dot, it would have to go here, because 8 needs to be surrounded by 6 and 7. I feel like this is like that other puzzle that Qodec told me that that Qodec encouraged me to bifurcate. I feel like you might have to write stuff out, or at least I might have to write stuff out in this puzzle. The Qodec grkles puzzle that I did a while ago. This could be 4, and then these could certainly be like 5, 6. I think that's fine. So I think there can be an 8 if it's exactly here, I think is the upshot. Okay, so Tallcat has revised and said, okay, maybe I buy your 8 there, but I don't think 8 can go down here. So if 8 went here, that's not going to work, because I'd need, again, I'd need a double 6. If 8 went here in a corner, it could go with something like double 6. I don't see why 8 can't go here. Like, there are so many possibilities. Oh, it's because if I put an 8, it's the whole thing with the black dot again. So if this is an 8, then this has to be a 6, this has to be a 3, and then what is this? Okay. Yes, I agree. Okay, so 8 can't actually be in the corner. It's almost the same proof that 9 couldn't go in the corner. So the point is the 8 in this row needs to go here. That is the idea. Use the dots, Luke. Use the dots. So I believe 8 can't go in either of these corners. Do I believe 8 can't go here? So if 8 went here, this would be a 4. This would be a 6, 7 pair. I think I roughly believe that 8 could go here. Uh, uh, very roughly. The 5 in this box is in one of these cells, and it's not that one. It's in one of these cells. The green circles are the bet cells. So the game is to guess what digit will go in the bet cells. But they're not part of the puzzle. They are just part of the game I play with chat. 6 is limited to 3 spaces in row 4. Let's see. Is there a way to see that isn't just like doing 3 steps of look ahead at every single spot in row 4? Oh, sorry, row 4. I was looking at row 3 and thinking, oh boy, that's going to be painful. No, row 4. Okay, row 4 is much more restricted. Okay, I believe one of these is a 6. So I don't think this can be 6, because if this were 6, these would have to be a 5-4 pair. Actually, maybe that's okay. Maybe these can be a 5-4 pair. Uh, uh, then how do you get down to 3? I mean, 6 and 3 don't seem very far apart to me. Uh, uh, that seems likely to me, Garion, that we're supposed to actually, maybe we're supposed to figure out what these 2 digits have to be. By thinking about the rings together. So the rings have no 9s. So if there's an 8 on a ring, yeah, we actually showed there could be an 8 on one of the rings, actually. I think. Let's see. Here's sort of a silly point. If this is a 4, then this has to be from 1, 2, 3 only. Is it 1? Should I be asking about 1? Because I can't put no 1s on these rings. Can I put 2 1s on these rings? Is that something that's not possible? Like, what if I try and put a 1 on both of these rings? Is that a problem? Let's see. Tristan claims 8 in row 3, column 7 breaks if I try hard enough. I guess I'm willing to try this. Okay, so let's try this look ahead. Okay, so that's 6, 7. So have to do something like 5, 6, 7, 6. Okay, so Tristan's going to tell me why this does not work. Okay. Uh, the claim has been withdrawn that it is not possible to put an 8 there. Uh, so maybe this is dumb. But I'm going to note that these can't be 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are only from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Uh, uh, SPQ has a good point that if I think about 9 in row 2, uh, it can't go there. It can't go any of these places. It can't go there. So one of the eyebrows does actually have a 9 on it uh, as a sure thing. Uh, I worry about these being middling digits. Like, I wonder if we can prove that these can't be middling-y. But the fact that this crosses 4 boxes seems to leave a lot of flexibility for what this is. Uh, okay, row 3, column 3. Says Tallcat can't be 6. So you end up with a 4, 5 in column 4 on the circle. So if this is 6, then this is 3. And so these have to be 4, 5 to bridge the gap between 6 and 3. Why couldn't I go 6, 7, 5, 3? In this row, if this digit isn't 7, then there's a 7 on a corner. Is 7 on a corner interesting? Like if there's a 7 here, for example, and I mean, I think it's symmetric regardless of which one it's going to go on. I mean, we've seen it could go with a 6. Does it have to go with a 6? I think it has to go with a 6. Maybe it could go 7, 8, 4, maybe there's actually lots of possibilities. Doesn't it break the box 8 ring if it's 6, 7, 5? Yeah, we've certainly written out a lot of very plausible looking versions for these. Uh, which feels weird. I think it was 6, 7, 5, 3 somewhere. I think was the thing that we were looking at, Sayori. I don't remember if we were particular about. Can 6 go on the Kropke in column 3, row 4? So if this were a 6, this would be a 5 and a 4 in some direction. And this would be a 3, of course. Yeah, so 6, 3, 5, 7, 4, any digit you want in the world seems fine to me, right? Oh, no, that's a 7 next to a 3. Sorry. 7 does not go next to 3, but this could be a 4. That could be a 4. This could be any digit you want in the world. That, I think, is done correctly. Oh, no, because this is a 4, 5, looking at that. So I have to put the 4 there, the 5 there, the 2 there. That's fine, though, right? No, there's a 2 in box 2 already. Oh, 2 can't go in box 2. It's the 2 mark. That's ugly. Good on you for spotting it, though. So really, okay, so I feel like there are a bunch of cases to even really convince myself that 6 really can't go here. Okay, so we said 6 here, 3 here. So this has to be a 4-5 pair. So, okay, so if this is so I guess the point is if this is a 4 or a 5, then we get a 4-5 pair in the column, and so then this cell can't be a 3, a 4, a 5, or a 2. And that's every possible thing it could be. That's every possible thing it could be next to a 4 or a 5, other than a 6, but it can't be a 6 next to a 3. Okay, so I guess after realizing that gets us this 4-5 pair in the column, I guess that's seeable. I don't know if it does anything, but I am willing to believe that it's not. It's look aheadier than I would like. Spoiler: this is not a 5. It's look aheadier than I would like, but it's not. It's not inconceivable because of the 4-5 pair here. So I'm willing to believe that. So one of these corners is a 6. And whichever one's a 6 needs to go with a 4 exactly, right? So one of these two cells is a 6, which means one of these two cells is a 4, which means neither of these two cells is a 4. Okay, so one of these is a 6. One of these is a 4. So one of these is a 2. Okay. Okay, and so that means one of these two is a 4 because it's going to be between a 6 and a 2. So one of these is a 4. That's not the right color. One of these is a 4. Because, again, the only way to bridge the gap between a 2 and a 6 is a 4. The 2 logic is not solid. Oh, because it could be an 8. That's right. Sorry, darn it. You're right. It's 4 or 8. One of them is 4. Sorry, one of them is 2 or 8. It could be 4, 8, yes. We proved that earlier. Okay, well, these aren't 4. I'm sticking by that. Those aren't 4. Uh, and so your point, Tall Cat, is the one of these that's 6 and 4 and something. The one needs to go over here on the other one. Yeah, JC, I just missed that. The blue cells could be 8. I am missing my cases. So yeah, so one of these has a 1. Even if there's ones in the middle with a 2, 3 around it, that doesn't. Yeah, they do look quite distressed at the moment. Okay, so this side of the 4. What goes on this side of the 4? So that side's a 6. This side's a 5, a 3, or a 2. Feels like a lot of options. Uh, 8s in box 2 are pencil markable. I am told. So these aren't 8. So 8s are in one of these 4 cells. Is that what we're looking at? Hey, Doomdiot, welcome. Happy to see you here. So 4, 6 doesn't go with 2. Yeah, one of the greens is a 4. Oh, so you're saying, okay, so you're saying if I like color whichever of these, you're saying I can't possibly, whichever of these really is the one that goes with the 6 and the 4, if I make this a 2, then I force this to be like 1, 3, 5 or something like that. So you're saying, basically you're saying that the point is that the 6 and the 4 remove things from here, and so if I take something else away, I have to be a little bit careful about what the something else is. How do you know none of the greens are 3, 6, Nicholas? 6, 4, 2 would leave 5, 3, 1. What's wrong with 5, 3, 1? Oh, I see. 5, 3, 1 doesn't work because the 3 would put a 6 on the opposite side, and the 6 is too far away from the 1 by 1. Okay. So I agree with the claim that you cannot go 6, 4, 2. If you go 6, 4, 2, you exactly by 1 break this being 3, 6, or break this being 3, 6. It's certainly not 6, 4, 1. So it's 6, 4, 3 or 6, 4, 5. Okay, so if we did take 6, 4, 3, then what's left in the row? This is J40's point. If I took 6, 4, 3, then what's left in the row is 1, 2, 5, and I cannot possibly put 1, 2, 5 over here. Okay, so that's huge, because now one of these two cells is a 5. And that means this is not a 5, so it's a 4. And that means that's a 3, and that's a 1, and that's a 2, 4 pair. And so, yeah, these aren't 3. This 4 looks down, so one of these is a 4. 4 doesn't go with 7 or 9. 4 goes with 6. So these aren't 6. These are 7 and 9. These aren't 1. So there's a 9 over here somewhere. Okay, so one of these is a 5. And the 5 is going with something up here. I guess I don't have a lot of control over what the something up there is. Let's see. These digits are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And that one's not a 9, I know, right? Yeah, that one's not a 9. Yep, okay. So we've got this whole, so we've got 6, 4, 5. Does that break if this goes 2 here? So if this is a 2, no, I don't think so. And so one of them, okay, so yeah, one of them is 6, 5, 4. One of them is 1, 2, 3 is the numbers that are on the other side. So one of these has a 1, 2, 3 as its thing. You go 4, 2, you break the other line. Putting the 2 up here, you mean? So this is 4 and this is 2. Then I'm ruling 2 out of all of these. These are from 1, 2, 3. So then these are from... Okay, so these are from 1, 2, 3. So this can't be 3 anymore, right? Yeah, so here's one consequence of this. These digits can't be 3. Because if it's a 3, it's opposite a 6, but one of these two is a 1. So that's the point, is I can't have 3s in these two cells anymore. So these are 1, 2, 4. Because of the fact that 6 is not next to 1. Or sorry, 6 is not 2 away from 1. 6 is 3 steps away from 1. So that seems significant. So now the claim is this is 4 and this is 2. Then yeah, that okay. So I think we now have life sorted out. Because okay, well, first of all, we've got this lovely 3, 6 pair that is being pointed out by the gallery. But I think I now believe if I put this to go 6, 4, 5, if I put a 4 here and a 2 here, now what is this left to be? Well, this can't be a 1 anymore because it would need to be with a 2, and it can't. Maybe it could be a 2 going with a 4? Not immediately sure why it can't be a 2 going with a 4. unfortunately. Uh, certainly couldn't be a 4 going with an 8. So there's a 4 going with an 8. That's even worse for the 1. Uh, oh, right. Okay. That is, boy, that's complicated. Okay. Garion, though, is correct. Okay, so one of these is a 4, and so the argument is the one with a 4 needs an 8 opposite it. If it had a 2 opposite it, here's the point. Let me actually just fill this in for you. If this is a 4 with a 2 opposite it, this is a 6. And the key thing that Garion is making is that that's a 4. And because of that being a 4, now this cell has no possible fill. It's not a 4. If it's a 2, this would have to be a 4 or a 1. Actually, why can't it be 2, 1? Now I'm worried it could be 2, 1, actually. Yeah, why can't it be 2, 1? Oh, it would be next to a 2, 3. And you can't. Right. Okay. So this can't be 1 because it would put a 2 here. It can't be 2 because it would put a 1 here next to a 2, 3, which would break that 2. Can't be 4 because it would need be either next to a 2 or an 8, but remember one of these two is a 1. Okay. So all of this is by way of saying we can extend our picture to say one of these two is an 8. And so the 8 is going to go with a 6, 7 pair. So the 6 is certainly not going across in the 6. So one of these two is a 6. Orange, one of these two is a 6. Running out of colors now. Purple, one of these two is a 7. Okay, so we have the entirety of one of the two rings figured out. So one of the rings is going to go exactly like that, and Garion and Tallcat point out now we know which one because of this 4, 6 pair. Because now this can't be 6. So now we can fill this in. 6, 8, 7, 6, 4, 5. And now we can get rid of our little kaleidoscope here. And now we can start dissecting what's going to happen to the other one. So this has got to be a 3. It's a 1 or a 2. That's a 1 or a 2. Let's see. I can get rid of the corner marks. 5, 6, 8, 7. Well, color is more important than digits, but we're going to color other things now. I mean, I assume we're not done the coloring. So this 1, 2, or oops. 1, 2, or 4. 1, 2, 3, or 4. 1, 2, 4, or 5. There is a 3 down here somewhere. Let's see. So let's see. Row 3, column 8. Oh, right. Okay, so Tallcat correctly points out 5 is a hidden single in row 3. 5 can't go here. It can't go either of these places. This is evidenced by the pencil marks. It can't go there because of the given 5. So that's a 5. So that rules out this being a 1 or a 2. So it's a 4, and that's a 2. So that's a 1. So this is not a 1 or a 4. It's a 2 or a 3. Either works. So the remaining digits for the row include a 9, which has to go here. No, there's not a 9. Or sorry, there already is a 9. So let's see. So let's figure it out. So we need a 1, 2, 3 are the digits that are left for the row. So that's not a 3. Oh, but there's a 2, 4 pair here is the point. So that's a 3. Thank you, chat. Okay, and so now we can fill in these digits and then simplify. Let's see, these aren't 1. I'm going to do that first. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These aren't 7 because of the 7 down there. They're not 5 because of the 5 down there. So these aren't 1 or 8 because of the pair. That 1, 8 makes this a 2. Makes that a 3. Makes that a 2. Makes this an 8, 9 pair. Sorry, an 8, 9 pair. Yep, I think that is all well and good now. Sayori has a good point, which is that where does 9 go in row 2? 9 can't now go on this whisper because of the 7, 8 here. It can't go here because of the given 9. It's not in any of these places. So the 9 is actually on this whisper with a 7 or an 8. That is a very, very wise observation. Why does 9 go with 8? What am I missing? Let's see. There is a 3 over here somewhere, but I don't think I can rule it off or do any slick stuff like that. Now we can notice there's a 7 looking over here, so that's a 7 and a 5. So there is a 7 over here somewhere. It would, of course, be convenient if the 7 went with the 9 on here, but I don't know that it does. Let's see. Okay, so what are the candidates for this? Okay, so it's not 5, 7, or 8. It's not 9 because there's nothing for it to go with. That one's not 6. That one's not 4. So if it were 6 and 4, it would go in that order. Unknown. 6, 7, not in row 9, column 2. Okay, so this is not 6, 7. So it's 4 or 8. And so this is 6 or 7. Good catch, Jeffrey. By the way, welcome, Jeffrey. I guess we also had a 4-8 here that was looking at a 4-8 pencil marks. You're welcome, Chili. Have a good night. Sorry we could not get through the black eyes before you had to sleep, but this has been a absolutely diabolical puzzle, my word. Hey, Alan. Hope you're doing well. I remember seeing you around here once or twice before. Welcome back. One of these is a 5. Just by Sudoku. One of this mess is a 6. I don't really want to pencil mark that. One of this mess is a 2. I don't really want to pencil mark that either. Row 3, column 7 looks down. That sounds promising. Cleans out a 4 from there. So this is 6, 7, or 8. Okay, so this can't be 6 anymore, because remember, one of these is 4, 6. So one of these two is 4. The other, so one of these two is 4, and it needs to go with a 6, so that can't be 4, is the point. Sorry. So that can't be 6, is the point. Because the 6 needs to go with a 4. There we go. I did not brain that good, but I think we got there. Let's see. Was there a reason, Nicholas, why this could not be 7, 9? You said a while ago confidently that this was 8, 9, but I could not figure out why. And it seemed like it might be useful as long as it was as long as there was a good reason for it, but I couldn't recover it. What goes in row 8? Okay. Kind of gets for row 8, column 9 are quite restricted now. Okay, let's write this in. So it could be. So this is at minimum 4. So this is at least 2 and at most 9. But it's not 9 or 5. It's not 3. So this could only be 2, 4, 7, or 8. But the 7 and 8 in this row go together. So, but the 7, 8 in this row go together, but if this were and this can't be the 6. So this actually can't be 7 or 8, is the point. Because remember that this is either a 6 going with a 4 or it's a 7, 8 pair. In the 6 going with a 4 version, this can't be a 7, 8. In the 7, 8 pair version, this can't be a 7, 8. So this is actually only a 2 or a 4. And then that does it for us. Okay, that was a great spot, because now this can't be a 7 or 8 anymore. So that's a 4 going with a 6. Just like I told you it was at the beginning of the puzzle, and then you all jumped all over me, telling me that it wasn't. So that is 8 and 7. Can't it be a 6? Can't what be a 6? This cell? Oh, no. Why did I think it couldn't be a 6? I don't know. I don't think I had a good reason. I thought I typed every digit. Apparently, I did not type every digit goodly. So yeah, I think this could be a 6 going with a 7, 8. But yeah, when would this be 4? It could never be 4. So this is 2 or 6. Qodec doesn't really want us to pencil mark all the options for this, does he? I'm not super eager to pencil mark all the options for this, but I also don't feel like I have a lot of options. Like, what else am I going to look at? The fact that this is unresolved is, of course, annoying. mean, Qodec is one of the pencil markiest of setters that you will find. Uh, but I can't help it but feel in solving this puzzle like I missed whatever the cool thing Qodec found in making this puzzle was. Because I feel like basically everything we have done in this puzzle has been pain. Let's see. Should I be asking about something like where does 9 go in this box? Like this box is not overly pencil marked. That's a good point to Josh. That one of these two cells is always a 6. I don't know what we're going to do with it, but it's true. One of these is always a 6. Yet it has felt like a lot of trial and error SPQ for me. I feel like that means we missed the thing. Whereas 9 in row 2... Well, 9 in row 2 is over here. Yeah, I just didn't pencil mark that, but I should have clearly, because now I know there's a 9 up here. Must be in row 2, column 7. Why column 7 and not column 8? Let's see. If row 9 in box 7 is 4, 6, then 4, 6 cannot go in box 1. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. That I dig. Jeffrey, take a bow. If this is a 4-6 pair, then by magic of aligning 4 6s, we put 4 6 in these two cells. But spoiler, these two cells cannot be 4 6. Okay. So for the third time in this puzzle, I am going to fill in an 8-7 there and a 6-4 here. And then we'll see where we go from here. I'm sure chat will find a way to take it away from me, as chat always does. Let's see. Okay, so that can't be a 2. That was sweet. I liked that a lot. Yeah, that one was not extreme at all. I thought that one was very natural. I even noticed the 4 6s aligning before, but when I saw it, I thought, oh, well, this is probably just a way of sorting out a deadly pattern in the solution, and then I didn't actually dig and see the thing I was supposed to see. One of these two is a 7. Let's see. You can put the 4 in box 6 now. Let's see. There is a 4 in box 6. The 4 in box 6 goes there. So I can fill in the rest of this column at least, see if that looks helpful. We've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need a 6, 7, 8 is the story. That one's not a 6. I can go at least that far. Yeah, Alan, I found this one incredibly difficult. I don't remember it being marked as being especially difficult, but I have found it very difficult for whatever it is worth. So there is a 3 over here somewhere. The 2 in box 3. The 2 in box 3 is a good point. The 2 in box 3 now goes up here somewhere. Oh, and I even know which one because it's not that one. The 2 in box 3 goes there. Thank you to the multiple people in chat who are pointing it out in various ways. Which makes that a 4 and a 2. I'm now going to egregiously pencil mark the entirety of row 1. We need a 1. We've got a 2, 3, 4, 5. We need a 6. We've got a 7. We need an 8 and a 9. This one I know is not a 1. I think I know it's not a 9, too, don't I? Yeah, I know it's not a 9 because I know the 9 is there. These aren't 8. That one's not 6 either. This one's actually not 6 either. That one actually is an 8. So this is a 7-9 pair. So that is a 6. Sorry, Nicholas. So that's 7-9. Okay, so this isn't a 6 anymore. It's a 1-3. There was a record speed retraction of a statement. I am sorry I missed the record speed retraction. That's a 1. That's an 8. That's a 9. That's a 6. I mean, I really wanted it to turn out that you were right. That this was an 8-9 because it seemed like there was going to be some cute reason. I just could not find it. And then it turned out it wasn't there. But what are you going to do? 1, 3, 4. Except this can't be lots of things. So this can't be a 3. Because if this was a 3, it would make this a 1-4 pair. That's not going to work. So if this is a 1, then that's a 3-4 pair. Let's see. So always one of these is a 3, is the upshot of that. Is there some cute combination here that doesn't work? I don't think so. Let's see. 6 in box 6, says Tony. Thank you, Tony. Okay, this is not a 6 either. So the 6 in box 6 is in fact there. Let's see, this column is missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 9. Oh no, this can't be even. Very sad. Nor can this be even, actually. That's amazing. So maybe both bet cells will turn out to be the same digit and will pay out big for someone. Okay, so these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 only. These aren't 4. That one's not 2. That one's not 3. This one's not 2. 3, 4, 5. These are also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's not true. Don't listen to me. I still need a 9 in this column, right? I still need a 9 in this column. It's got to go in one of those two places. Pairing with the 8, 9, I see. Hey, Ken, welcome. We are in hour 2 of this Qodec Chinese Whispers puzzle that, despite having a very innocuous-looking grid, has proven quite challenging. Let's see. So the 6 is down here in one of these two cells. I think Tallcat is instructing me to look at. And saying that if I put a 6 here, it breaks. It would be 6, 5. Okay, so it could not be 6, 4. It would have to be 6, 5. Okay, 4, though, goes next to 5. So if this is a 6, it can't be 6, 4, because that would break this cell. And it can't be 6, 5, because as soon as this is a 6, this is a 4, and this is a 5. Okay, well, that's complicated. Even that's super complicated. But Tallcat has finally gotten us the disambiguation of this, which is the big payoff of the puzzle. 8, 5 connects to 7 and 9. Okay, that 7 gives us an 8 over there. That 8 gives us a 7 there. These are not 8. Let's see, that one's not 9. brace yourselves for the inevitable reveal of the digits of the thing, the bet digits, bet cell digits. There we go. That's a 179 triple, so that places an 8 there. These two cells are a something and a something. One of them's a 5, the other one's a 1, it looks like. 1, 5. That sounds plausible, doesn't it? I think it sounds plausible. Let's see. In this row, we were missing a 1, 2, 3. We've got a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and we need a 9. This one's not a 9. So that one's not a 2. 1, 3, or a 9. But it's not a 1. It's not a 1 because of that either. So that's a 1, 5. That 1, 5 pair looks down and does that for us. Okay. So these being 1, 2, 3 means this can't be 1 anymore because then it would need a 2 or a 3, but it would not have them. So this is 3, 4, or 5. Let's see. If this were 5... So I think this always needs to be 3, 4, or 5 as well. So if this is 3, this needs to be 4 or 5. If this is 4, this can be 3, 4, or 5. Well, sorry. If this is 4, this can be 3 or 5. If this is 5, it can only be 3 or 4. So this is 3. These are from 3, 4, 5. I'm being told I can place a 7 in box 4. It is there. Oops. It is not there. I tried. That bet cell is a 7. I got there eventually. Yes, bet cell number 1 is a 7. We are atoning for forgetting to put bet cells in the previous puzzle. This is 1, 3, or 4, but it is not 3 or 4, so it's a 1. So that's a 5, and that's a 1. That's a 4. Not that one. That's a 4. That's a 3. That is not a 4. This is not a 3. These cells are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I know this one's not a 4 or a 1 or a 5. Double 7. Double 7 was the answer. So if you bet 7, you won big. And you have bragging rights for winning the least likely bet sell bet of any streamer that I have ever known about. 9 and 8. This is neither of these is a 1. Let's see. That 5 looks over and gives us a 2, and then this is a something. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a 9 is the something. This is a 3 or a 5, so this has got to be a 3 or a 5, and I don't actually know which. Is that possibly possible? It's possibly possible. These aren't 3, I know that much. This isn't a 7 anymore, or a 1. It's a 4 or a 5. But it's a 5, owing to that 4. And that 5 now is going to give me... Uh-oh. I broke it. Because this was a 3, 5. I just typed the wrong digits. 5. There's a 3 and a 5. The 3 up there goes 1 and a 3. And then a 2 and a 1. And oh boy, that one was hard. For me, at least. There was lots of... And thank you, Doomdiat, for noting that I pencil marked that wrong. That is... Very often that is the cause of things going horribly awry, is that I do not notice that I've pencil marked something wrong. Fortunately, you and the rest of chat realized what happened. It was a cool puzzle, but yeah, very, very, very tricky for me, I've got to say. That one definitely felt brutal. I do not know if... I suspect a lot of Qodec puzzles have a break-in that if you see the right combination of things, it's not brutal or it's not trial and error, but definitely we did a lot of trial and error-y. There's a 1 in 9 chance to pick bet cell pair that has the same digit, roughly speaking. So 1 in 81 chance if you bet a single digit that you would double win. The 4-6 thing was gorgeous. The 4-6 thing was definitely my favorite step, where it was like, oh, if these are both 4-6, it would make these 4-6, and they can't be. That was super cool. If they see one another, I definitely can compute the probability that they have the same digit. Yeah, we totally have to do this in an S cell puzzle where there's already 100 different possible ways to fill a cell, so it becomes like a 1 in 10,000 chance that you happen to get 2 S cells that have the same 2 digits and you bet correctly. That would be quite impressive. Alrighty, I'm going to take a short break to stretch after that, and then I will come back and we'll look at another puzzle. Welcome back, everyone. I originally was going to just sort of jokingly do a Fistamafel puzzle, thinking that they can't be that hard, but the Fistamafel puzzle that I had picked out is this one. And in the time I was sort of going to get my grape crystal light, as I often do, I had a sudden flashback of Simon saying that this was the puzzle that he spent 3 hours on and eventually broke and never solved. So I'm not going to do this one now. I might do it later. So we're going to go for the more innocuous looking diagonally numbered rooms by Mr. Menace, whose puzzles I enjoy and who I also enjoy speculating about who DeMol is in each season of DeMol. Although this year's season of DeMol, if you are a fan, was regrettable. Alrighty. So let's be sure we completely understand the rules of diagonal numbered rooms. So we've got normal Sudoku rules. Down with that. And then cells outside the grid indicate the digit which has to be placed in the nth cell in the corresponding direction where n is the digit to be placed. So the example is, oh, by the way, we do need our bet cell. Our bet cell is going to be there. The example is if this cell is a 3, then row 3, column 3 is a 9. And that's because this 9 arrow is saying put a 9 3 spaces in this direction. So this is numbered rooms-ish, but with diagonals instead of normal directions. And now there's nothing, fortunately, about it wrapping around the grid, so we at least get some pencil marks right away. Like, for example, what is the most restricted one? Something like this. So this can never be a 1. So if this is a usual numbered rooms trick, but I should go over it just in case you've never done a numbered rooms puzzle before. If this was a 1, it would be saying you count one cell in this direction and put a 5 there. So if this was a 1, it would also be a 5. That's not great. So this can only be 2, 3, 4, or 5. Actually, it can't be 5 either, because if it were 5, it would be saying count 5. Oh no, it could be 5. This is where it's different from a normal numbered rooms puzzle, because normally in a numbered rooms puzzle, it can't be, you couldn't have a 5 clue with a 5. So just in case you've never seen a normal numbered rooms puzzle and you're wondering what I'm rambling about, normally in a numbered rooms puzzle, instead of counting diagonally, they count horizontally or vertically. So if you said, where's the 5 in this column, you could not say it's 5 spaces in, because then it would repeat the 5 in the column. But that's not actually a problem here. This could be a 5. Oh, now Sayori has a beautiful point, which is that actually, if you look closelier at what's going on, actually that doesn't work, because if this was a 5, if this was a 5, that would be a 5, and now this cell would retroactively have to be a 9 because of the other clue. So actually this really can't be a 5. And so likewise, this is a 2, 3, 4. It can't be a 5 anymore, because if it were a 5, it would put a 9 here, and this cell definitely isn't a 9. Okay, and so let's try and pencil mark these things. Okay, so this one with a 6 can't be 1, could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I don't think there's any reason it can't be 6. Thank you for that clarification, Josh. It always points to the first clued digit if there are repeats. So actually the thing I said doesn't work. So it's always points to the first one. So actually this couldn't ever be a 5 even without that. So likewise, this can't be a 6. Okay, that is good to know. So you get to the first one if there are repeats. Okay, I did not read the rules closely enough to see that. Okay. So this can't be a 1. It could be a 2, 3, or 4. It can't actually be a 5 because this can't be 6. So this is 2, 3, 4. But this cell also can't be 2 because of the 2 clue. So this is actually only 3 or 4. We now have. This can't be 1, can't be 2. Could be 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think this is 3, 4, 5, 6. If I counted correctly. Let's see. We may be running out of easy pencil marks, but I want to just try and get all of the ones that I can that are at all plausible. This one can't be 1. Could be 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this one can only be 2, 3, 4. This 2 can't be 1 or 2. Could be 3, 4, 5, or 6. Okay. And we do have a lot of arrows pointing at each other. Are any of the pairs of arrows that point at each other in some way interesting? So, like, for example, these two cannot both be 3. let's see, row 5, column 1 cannot be 4. It would put a 6 in a spot that would need to refer to itself with a 6. Okay, so let's try and work out Garian's point. So if this is a 4, we go 1, 2, 3, 4. That becomes a 6. Put a 6 on a spot that would need to refer to itself with a 6. Holy, how on earth did you spot that? So Garian's completely correct point is if this was a 4, this would be a 6, but now this cell would count 1. Oh, no, it doesn't necessarily have to refer to itself. What if there was a 6 there? Wouldn't that be okay if there was a 6 there or there? Then this would be a 2 or a 3? I think actually this could be a 4, but we'd have to be careful. We'd have to make sure we put another 6 to block that 6. You can let me know if I'm missing something, Garian, but I think we could sort of smuggle a counterfeit 6 in between. Let's see, this is 2, 3, 4, 5, or 7. Okay, that feels gratuitous. Let's see. The 3 or 4... Let me try and actually pencil mark this. So the 3 or 4 is telling me there is a 6 in one of these two cells. And the 3 or 4 is also telling me... 3 or 4... that there is a 2 in one of these two cells. I'm just wanting to look at that so I can see if we can spot any similar things. Have a good night, Nicholas. And that's really the only one that feels super restricted. This one's moderately restricted, except one of those being a 6 doesn't feel like it tells me a lot. Let's see. Are there any cells that care about those being 2s? Because none of these cells can be 2. But I don't think the fact that none of these cells can be 2 is at all interesting. Oh, it does actually rule out this cell. This cell can't be 3 because it would put a 2 there, and that sees both of those options. So that's not a 3. Okay, we got one pencil mark elimination at least. Likewise, for the same reason, this can't be 3 because all of these cells see both possibilities for a 6. So in particular, that one can't be a 3. Okay, I'm happy I spotted that. Let's see. Are there any other places that potentially point towards these? Okay, so this one actually points to multiple, right? So this one could be 2, 3, 4. It can't be 5. It can't be 6. And it could maybe be 7. So I think this one is 2, 3, 4, or 7. Okay, good point. And so Trumkel points out... It is Trumkel, right? Yeah. I was suddenly briefly afraid it was Tremke, and I'd been saying it wrong this whole time. So that elimination is actually very useful, as Trumkel points out, because now this 4, 5, 6 puts a 2 in one of these cells, which removes 2 as a candidate from this cell, which now means that the 9 is actually placed in one of these two cells. So we'll go ahead and give them their own little color. They can be orange, and they can have a 9 corner mark. So now none of these cells can be 9. Is there anywhere pointing at one of those? I mean, these are pointing at them, but only in like really ridiculously long ways. Uh, let's see, saying this can't be a 7 because it would see the other one first. So 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, right. If this was a 7, sorry, if this was a 6, this would also be a 6 because one of these two is a 6. So if this is a 6, that one would be a 6. Great spot, Josh. So this is not a 7. So this is now 2, 3, 4. So none of these are 6 now, at the very least. Okay, that's worth recording. Okay, so one of these, we'll do purple this time. One of these is a 6. So none of these cells can be 6. So when I go to look at this now, it can't be 2 anymore. So I think it's at least 3, and it could be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think. But it not being able to be 2 is pretty interesting to me. Let's see. The top 6 clues must not be 2. If this were 2... that's a really clever point. I did not see that, SPQ. If this were 2, it would put a 6 here, which would make this also 2. So neither of these could be 2, because if one of them is 2, they're both 2. Very clever. So now one of these 2 is also a 6. And now if one of those 2 is a 6, this can't be a 6 because it sees both. And so that not being able to be a 6, if I look over, that eliminates 3 from this cell. So yeah, so one of these 2 is a 6. Means none of those cells can be 6. I think we have taken care of all the potential 6 clues that might interact with that. Row 7, column 9 can't be 4. Let's see, row 7, column 9. If this were 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, this cell sees both purples now. So that can't be that. Good spot. It's never been able to be 6. I don't know how 6 ever got pencil marked into that cell. Can't be 3 either, for the reason of red. So it is 5 or 7. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So one of these 2. Okay, and that's actually interesting. One of these 2 is 6, which is going to get us another elimination. I'm almost out of colors. One of these 2 is 6, which means this cell isn't 6. That cell not being 6 means that that's not 2, which is a bit of a shame because I never thought that was going to be 2. But it's not, for what it's worth. See, one of those 2 is a 6. Let's see, it's like none of those are 6. None of these are 6. I kind of already knew all of that, I feel like. Yeah, one of these 2 is a 2. That one's not even across boxes. 6 clue in row 9 can now only be 2. What? Row 9, column 4. Okay. So yes, so that cell sees both greens. So that's not, it's not that. And that one, wait, I did not, no, I did count to 5, right? Okay, if this is 6, what's wrong with this being 6? It doesn't see both purples or both reds. 6 clue in row 2. Yeah, I don't think I don't think I see why 5 is eliminated. I agree that one of these two is 6, so that gives us yet another pair of things where one of the two has to be 6s. Did we just eliminate the wrong number from a cell? Let me rewind and let's double check. No, I really meant to eliminate 4, because this sees both reds, so this can't be 6. But thank you for checking. Yeah, we removed the 4, but I don't think we get to remove the 5. But we can pencil mark this in dark gray, that one of dark grays has to be a 6. And we're now, like, really limiting the places that 6s can live. Good night, Nicholas. Like, there's probably a hidden single 6 at this point that we could find just by using these pencil marks. 2 in row 9, column 4. Puts 2 6s in column 3. That sounds bad. So if this is a 2, it puts a 6 there, which puts a 6 there, which puts a 6 there, which puts a 6 there. In green blue. Okay, so put us. Oh yeah, right. As soon as this cell's a 6, both of those are 6 because we need both a green and a blue. Right. Thank you. That is an excellent spot, SPQ. So in fact, this can't be a 2. This is a 5. And so this is a 6. And so we can do a digit dance. Bring out the penguin for the 6. There we go. 6 dance. Got to do a 6y dance for the people. 6y dance. 6y dance. 6y dance. Woo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you for demonstrating your prowess. So now let's carefully start uncoloring. Okay, so these are not 6. So this is not 6, which means both of these are 6. Now, those being 6, let's hunt down where they came from. That's the 4. That is the 3. Now we can uncolor these. Now that 6 removes that as an option. Now we're going to have stuff everywhere. This isn't a 6 anymore, so that's the 6. Now that not being the 6 meant that now this was a 7. Now that resolves that this isn't a 6. So that's a 6. Not a 6, not a 6. That green was pointed at here by a 4. We're really learning that this is a 3. I'm looking at 6s for one more second, and then I'm going to look at that fact that this is a 3. Okay, we're just going to put it in now. That's a 3, so that's a 9. I can get rid of that. Okay, so now this isn't a 3 anymore because I'm not allowed to put a 5 on top of a 9. So now I can go bring back my colors. Oh, sorry, this is no longer needs to be colored, and that no longer needs to be colored. But we can start using colors again. So one of these two is a 5. 2, 3, 4. This can't be 5 anymore because there's a digit there. So that's a 4, so that's a 2. That is what Sayori was just pointing out, as well as Jeffrey and maybe some other people in chat. This isn't a 4 anymore by pencil marks. That's not a 6 anymore. We can clear that up. That's not a 3 anymore. Let's see. Which of these can really be 6? 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, the fifth one can't be. So this is a 7. 3. Sorry, it's 7. That's the 6. So that's not a 6 anymore. This is a 3 or a 5. One of these two is a 2. See, yellow is decided. Yellow is yellow is decided because I literally filled in the digit. I just didn't bother to then think about what that meant. So these can unyellow. Thank you. Let's see. So not a whole lot of cells that these both see. Like that one and that one aren't 2, but I don't know that they ever wanted to be 2 when they grew up anyway. Let's see. Okay, so row 1, column 1 is now at most 7. So this is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But it's not 7 because it sees a 7. It's not 3, 4, or 6, so it's 2 or 5. So one of these two cells is a 9. Box 8 already has a 5. Great, which fixes purple, so that's a 4 and that's a 5. These can lose their purpleness. Go away. This is a super fun puzzle, by the way. Okay. 6 in box 2 by Sudoku goes there. 6 in box 9 by Sudoku goes there. That 6 is now going to place 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to place an 8 there. So that's going to significantly hem in what this can be. So now this can be 2 or 3, but it can't be 4, 5, or 6. It can't be 7. It can't be 8. And this can't be 9, because if it was 9... Oh, wait, no, maybe it could be 9. If it was 9, it would put an 8 here, which would then put a 9 here. So I think this is 2, 3, or 9. If I look closely at it. Let's see. Okay, what can this be? Okay, it could be 2, I think. It can't be 3. It looks to me like it could be... it can't be 3, it can't be 4. It could maybe be 5. It can't be 6, it can't be 7. And it could maybe be 8. And it definitely can't be 9. Do I have everything pencil marked now? I think I now have everything pencil marked. The top 9 can't be 9, says Stephen Miller. Let me fill in what these digits can be. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, not 7, 9. Okay, this is not 7 or 9. This is not 3. That's not 3 either. This must be 2. Okay, so why can't this be a 9? Oh, right. Because if this is a 9, that's an 8, and this is a 9, and I didn't realize I just put 2 9s in the same box. Do not put 2 9s in the same box, which then gets us a 2, 3, 5 triple in the column. So we need a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Which seemingly I don't know a whole lot about, actually. Yeah, very little that I think I know about. So one of these is an 8. I might as well mark. I wasn't giving these colors before, but I will now because we're sort of running out of things, so I'm going to do it to do that. So this isn't an 8. Can at least go that far. Okay, let's see. If this was 8... Ah, right. If this was 8, it would exclude both red positions for 9, because it would put a 9 there, which would mean there couldn't be a 9 here, because it always refers to the closest one and couldn't be a 9 there. That's really clever. Okay, that's very smart. Okay. Excellent spot by Garion. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are these. Very slick, yeah. No, it's because there's a 2-5 pair there. I don't know if I articulated that clearly. Oh, right. So this is always 9 because one of these is a 5. Great spot, Sayori. That is very cool. Okay, an awesome setting, by the way. I'm really digging this puzzle. Okay, so this is a 9 regardless. So these are not 9, which means by Sudoku this is a 9. Which means this isn't a 9. Obligatory comment about Sudoku and my Sudoku puzzle. Just for Jessica. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for these cells. The 2 in box 5 is placed, I am told. 2 is not in any of those places. And the 2 is not there. Gorgeous, because the green 2s both see that cell, so the only place for a 2 is there. Gorgeous. And so now one of these 2 is actually a 2. I don't have a fantastic way of pencil marking that, as it would happen in the weird pencil mark world that we live in these days. Yeah, so good point. They're not both 5, as Tremkel points out. So one of these 2 cells has to be a 9. So I can go ahead and put in an orange. One of these 2 is a 9. And so that's not a 9, is the upshot of that. I mean, I guess I could just get rid of red. Red isn't doing anyone any good. But orange, I need to keep in mind. One of those 2 is a 9. Let's see. Row 9, column 7. Oh! When I claimed previously that I had written in every single clue, that was not true. As is being pointed out now, there is a clue here that I have not pencil marked at all. So it looks to me like naively it could be 2, 3, can't be 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. But It can't be 7 or 6 or 5 or 2 by sudoku. So indeed it is 3, making that an 8. And that 3 actually makes that a 2, which makes that an 8. And we can get rid of yellow now. That 8 looks up here and says that's not an 8. 8 by sudoku goes in one of these two cells in this box, which rules 8 out of this cell. 5 in this box goes in one of these two cells, which rules nothing out of nothing. I guess it places a 5 in one of these two cells, for whatever that's worth. Row 1 is 2 pairs and a 1-8, which is now an 8. Gorgeous. So those, not 8. So this is a 1, 5, 7. Let's see. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 4. These aren't 8. That's not 4 either. These aren't 7 either, or 9. Let's see, that was so much stuff came out. I was hoping that would be useful. Let's see, what about this row? We need a 1, we got a 2, 3, 4, I need a 5, we got a 6, we need a 7 and an 8. And I know literally nothing about any of those digits. Is that what you're telling me? That seems to be what you're telling me. I guess what I've learned is that one of these two is a 5, which actually does give me that this is a 3 if I look closely at the row. So that's a 3, although I guess it looks like I already knew that. Oh, there's already a 2, by the way. So that's the 5, that's the 2. That would have been very good to know. So that's a 9. That's definitively not a 9 for multiple reasons now. So that's a 1, and that's a 9. Let's see. These digits, let's fill in. We have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 5, and 8 are these digits. That one's not a 5. That one's not a 3. Let's see, I'm being told that green has been decided. Green has been decided because of that 3, correct. I just did not pay goodly attention. And we'll get rid of that corner mark there. I mean, it could be a 2. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, this row. I need a 1. We've got a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need 7, 8, 9. These aren't 8. That one's not 8. So therefore that is 8. That's not 8. Spoiler, not 8 because there was an 8 there. 179. 179. We've got a 179 triple in this box, so these are also a triple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are 3, 4, 5. So the bet cell's a 3, 4, or a 5. So Bremster is still alive to win it. Let's see. Row 8, column 5 is a 2. I guess I just need to fill in the rest of this box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then this isn't a 9 or 3. These aren't 2. And so this is the 2. This isn't a 7 or a 9. Oops. See, that was why it's not a 7 or a 9. So that's a 1, 3 pair. So these aren't 1 or 3. So they are 7, 9. So these aren't 7. So that's a 1, 5 pair, which makes that a 3 and a 1, which makes that a 7 and a 3. Which makes these not 7 as much as they used to be. Let's see. Okay, so this digit, I can probably figure out what it is. 3, it's a 4. These two digits have to be 1, 5, and 7, and they're not 7. So the 7 in this column, what I'm really learning is the 7 in this column goes here. That 5 looks over and sorts out that. Now the 1 comes over and removes 1 from those places. I am sorry for ruining your cool spot by doing Sudoku. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not a 6. That's not a 9. Let's see. I've got the 7 in this column already. I just never removed it from the candidates, which seems worth noting. I also can fill these in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 1 or 5, so they're 2 and 4. So these aren't 2 and 4. They're 1 and 5. So that's not 5. Oh, there's already a 2 in the row, by the way. So that's a 4 and that's a 2. 4 looks over and gives me the 3. The 1 looks over and says, hey, you're not a 1. This column is a disaster in terms of pencil marks. That's a 7 and that's a 3 if I would just actually read the pencil marks that I put in the grid, which I sometimes think to do and sometimes don't. This is a 4. Let's see. That's not a 3 anymore. That's a 5-8 pair, giving us a 1 and a 5. So that's not a 1 or an 8, so it is a 7. This isn't as 7-y as it used to be. This row is 1, 2, got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an 8. This is not an 8. This is not a 2. So this is a 2, is what you're telling me. These cells are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, so these are 3 and a 4, and we know the order. 4 and 3. So the bet cell is not a 3. This isn't a 4. Let's see, I'm being told information that column 1 is done. Let's see, I see that this is a 7, 8, or a 9, and it's not an 8 or a 9, so that's a 7. So this isn't a 7. I guess I already knew that. The 7 there gives me a 9 there, and an 8 there, and a 1 there, and an 8 there. What do you know? It turned out chat was right. Not that anyone's too surprised. 1, 5, there you go. That's an 8. Oh boy, it sucks to miss by 1 on the one where the payoff was so big last time. Sorry that happened to you, Trumkle. 5, 8, 5, 1. Let's see, the 1, 7 makes that a 9, and that a 6. Let's see, the 3 makes that a 5, and that a 4 for the bet cell. 5 for a 1 and a 5. Put the 5 in the right place. 7 and 9 make that a 1. The 9 makes that a 7 and that a 9. That's a 7. And we're done! That was a really cool puzzle. I enjoyed the sort of classic technique of finding all the places that were seen by a few different cells to do various eliminations, and then those sort of then percolated into other eliminations because then they eliminated other positions and then do that. Yeah, that was really slick and really smooth. That was definitely a favorite of mine. A lot of numbered rooms puzzles tend to have really sort of complicated look-ahead stuff, and this did not have any of that. So I was very, very pleased with this. There was a point where I had to see that I couldn't put 2 9s in the same box. That was the most complicated look-ahead, which was to look ahead 2 steps, which I successfully did, but unsuccessfully noticed that my claimed thing was putting 2 9s in the same box. Alrighty, well, I'm about to wrap up stream for tonight. I'll be streaming again on Wednesday. I wanted to thank all the supporters again, particularly thank David for all of his regular kind donations, but also thank you to everyone else who donated. Glum Hippo, Tallcat also donated tonight. Thank you to those of you who subscribed. Thank you for to Eric for becoming a member. Becoming a patron, I think. But anyway, if you want to support the channel further, subscribe, like the stream, and consider getting a YouTube membership or a Patreon thingy. And we've tried to make some cool benefits for it. So I've every stream been doing the most demanded puzzle out of the ones that people vote for. So that is one way I can sort of give back to all of you who support us. But anyway, we really appreciate it. I'll see you all Wednesday when I have a longer stream that is friendlier to those of you who are not in the North American time zone like I am. So I know that this runs super, super late for many of you. I appreciate you hanging out anyway, and also definitely understand why some of you go to bed in the middle of the stream, because sleep is good. But anyway, I'll see you Wednesday at a much earlier time, so hopefully I will see many of you there. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a great, fun stream. It's 3:15 a.m. Oh, boy. I'm sorry, Alima. 3:15 a.m. is one of those times where I don't even really have to ask if you got up early or stayed up late. It's bad either way. Oh, awesome, Trumpkle. That you can catch the stream more often. I mean, hopefully the D&D is still happening and you're not missing out on the D&D. But great that you can catch the stream more often. Thanks for coming, everyone. And yeah, Ranks will be on in a bit, so you can look forward to seeing some more word games if you need more puzzly, wordy, funny goodness. Don't worry, Alima, I won't tell him a thing. Bye, everyone, for now. Great puzzles tonight. I'll see you all Wednesday.